start now, yeah, because we are running out of time. So the main goal of this series of competition is to expand students' knowledge, insight, and understanding to enable creative and analytical thinking and empower students to be able to communicate effectively. This is in line with the theme of the 2023 National Education Day, which is Move Together to Liven Up to the Independent Learning. Without further ado, we will welcome two competitors for today's debate competition. So for the first competition, Seminari will be competing against the Citra Bakti High School. Sorry, I think there is a little bit technical misunderstandings here. I don't know where. Can we invite participants from Seminari and also from Citra Bakti? Okay. Seminari is from the government side, yeah? Okay. Let us welcome competitors for the government side of the house from Seminari. Please take the government stand, please. And also please welcome from Citra Bakti High School for the opposition side of the house.
Check.
English lecturer at SLoki-KAE Symbiosis ND. And then at the far right, there is Pak Petrus Sorato, English supervisor for junior high school level at Education Department in Ngada. I would like to mention the motion that is chosen for today's competition. This house believes that a high rupiah exchange rate as evidence of global recession imminent. Both competitors will be given 20 minutes to prepare the motion. The time starts now.
So, good morning everyone.
Sorry. Mungkin waktunya di ini dulu ya. Mau memperkenalkan diri dulu atau langsung mempersiapkan? Would you like to introduce yourself first? Yes. Okay. The competitors are asking the time to introduce themselves first before they prepare the motion. Okay. Time is yours.
So, very good morning all participants that attend in here. We from the side of government, as a representative of government team, I would like to say that the first speaker Sam, second speaker Patrick, and me Marco as the third speaker are happy to making acquaintance and compete in today's debate. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So good morning,
Sorry, this is just for introduction, right? Yes, just introduce yourself. You are introducing your friends as well. Okay. Then we will move to the opposition team, yeah? Opposition team, please introduce yourself.
Okay, good morning everyone. Thank you for the time that given to me. I will introduce our team. My name is Alfonsia Liu, and the left side of me.
My name is Beatrix Suno.
My name is Patricia Angelina Watu.
Okay, apparently seminary students are like flash, yeah? I didn't even notice that he already introduced the two other competitors. But anyway, it seems like seminaries already prepared themselves, but I don't know whether the Citra Bhakti is also prepared for it, or we should give 20 minutes, yeah? Yeah, this is for fairness. I know you guys are ready to right away go into the competition, but both teams are given 20 minutes, yeah? To prepare yourself, reaffirm your arguments and like that. Okay? 20 minutes? Okay. So 20 minutes starts now. parliamentary debate style, right? You are familiar with that. So speaker 1, 2, 3 from each team will be given 7 minutes and 20 seconds for each. Okay. Yeah, for each turn, and then after 1 minute, timekeeper will sound the bell to let you know that POI is allowed. But 1 minute before, on the 6th minute, there will be also another bell to as a sign that POI is not allowed anymore. Yeah, that's for speaker 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then for the unless for the reply speakers, you are not allowed to give POI. Is there any questions or everything's clear? Everything's it's clear? Yeah, you ready? Okay, now let's give the first speaker a chance from the government side of the House. Prime Minister, Mr. This is our future leader, yeah, so we have to call them Mr. or Mrs. Mr. Sam Ama, Prime Minister from the Government House, you are given the first opportunity to speak to defend your motion. This House believes that a high rupiah exchange rate as evidence of global recession imminent. Time is given to you, and it starts now.
So good morning, judges, ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants who are attending here, and very good morning our partner from the opposition team. As the Prime Minister, I'd like to say that our group totally agree with our motion today, which says this House believes that a high rupiah exchange rate is evidence of global recession is imminent. So we from the government team have several arguments and facts that will prove you that our position today is right. But before I go to my argument, let me tell you what is the definition of our motion today. So from our motion today, we could take 3 keywords. They are the high rupiah exchange rate, the second is global recession, and the last is imminent. So let me tell you the definition one by one. First, the high rupiah exchange rate means that the weakening of the rupiah compared to US dollar. And the second is global recession means that a period of economic decline that affects many countries around the world. And the last is imminent means that something that will come soon. So go to my argument why we from the government team totally agree with our motion today, because we believe that the high rupiah exchange rate is evidence of global recessions. So let me tell you something that like cited in CNNindonesia.com that published on 2022, our financial ministry Sri Mulyani said that the global recession will happen in 2023 and it will impact to the economic condition, especially Indonesia. And like I cited in CNNindonesia.com, Faisal Ruchman as economic micro bank Mandiri, Indonesia have already get the impact of the global recessions that happen in our world. Even it is still imminent, ladies and gentlemen. We know that actually the global recession will impact to the developed country like America, but actually it will also impact to the developing country like Indonesia, and it clearly a big problem for Indonesia. Why? Because we know already that the problem in here shows that the high rupiah exchange rate increase, ladies and gentlemen. Why the global recession can increase the high rupiah exchange rate? Because we know already that the characteristic of global recessions is the weakening of global economy, ladies and gentlemen. We know that events that occur in other countries, such as economic recessions or political conflicts, can trigger global market uncertainty and investors tend to withdraw their investment from developing countries. Why? Because it's not for the investor, they will not feel confidence and they will not feel comfortable or safe to invest their money in developing country, and they would like to try to invest their money in another place that safe for them. And it clearly shows because of the demand of the rupiah in here that when the global recession is still imminent, ladies and gentlemen, the high rupiah, the demand of the rupiah will decrease, and it clearly shows the high rupiah exchange rate. And it's the problem of the economic condition in Indonesia. And another thing that I would like to stress on in here, that the one characteristic of global recessions is the political crisis or political instability. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that political crisis or political instability that happen in country like in Indonesia can cause the investor to worry and triggers feel panic that they cannot feel safe to invest their money in Indonesia as a developing country, and because of that it will cause to the demand of rupiah will decrease. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that it will cause to the high rupiah exchange rate. And let me tell you again that because of the investor in Indonesia, they feel they can trigger the panic, and it can also cause to the financial market, causing demand for the rupiah decrease, and it clearly shows the rupiah exchange rate will increase, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the problem that we have already faced in Indonesia. And the third thing that I would like to stress on in here as a characteristic of global recessions is the unstable or inconsistent global government policies. We know already in Indonesia there are so many problems that faced by the government. Even that there are so many problems, the government make the policy that actually is not, it cannot control the problems, it cannot handle the problems, ladies and gentlemen. And because of the unstable and inconsistent government policies, we know that it can, such as the policies that do not support the economics, even that we know that we have already faced, there are so many economics problems in Indonesia, not only the high rupiah exchange rate, there are also another problems in economic areas like the export-import activities that have the cooperation with Indonesia with another country decrease. It clearly shows the economic condition in Indonesia. The export and import activities in Indonesia decrease, and it clearly shows that the government cannot make the policies that can support this policy, that can support the economic growth in Indonesia, and clearly shows it's a bad problem in Indonesia. And because of the government make the policies that actually cannot handle the problem in Indonesia, that I mean in here as in economic condition, ladies and gentlemen, it clearly shows that actually the global recessions have already give the impact, especially in Indonesia as the developing country. And because of the problem that have already faced in Indonesia in economic condition, ladies and gentlemen, it can cause to the demand of rupiah that indirectly the investor in Indonesia that will can trigger the panic. They will feel not comfortable to invest their money in Indonesia, and because of that they will withdraw the investment as like from the money they can change it to become another form like gold, and they will not invest that money in Indonesia, and it clearly shows that actually the demand of rupiah will decrease, and it will impact to the high rupiah exchange rate, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you another reason why we from the government team totally agree with our motion today, because we know already that actually the global recessions can impact to the export-import in Indonesia, and I have the evidence, I have the data that will prove you that actually because of this global recessions, it will impact to the high rupiah exchange rate that Indonesia right now have already faced this problem, ladies and gentlemen. Like according to Antonius Tomin Trunugroho, like cited in Kompas, global recessions hits export activities in Indonesia. So the economic slowdown and the global recessions are slow but surely starting to impact Indonesia. And then, like I cited in liputan6.com that is published on 21st February 2023, the impact of global recessions on Indonesia has been seen. Decline of fishery export to US, ladies and gentlemen, and it clearly shows that actually the global recessions that even is still imminent, it will impact to so many to economic condition in Indonesia, and it clearly shows it can make the high rupiah exchange rate that as a big problems that Indonesia right now have faced, ladies and gentlemen. And because of that reason and fact that I've mentioned to you, we from the government team totally agree with our motion today, which says this house believes that a high rupiah exchange rate is evidence of global recession. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the Prime Minister took 7 minutes and 20 seconds, exactly the time. Both teams, you can see the time over there, yeah? So I just have to read it for the judges, okay? All right, so thank you, Prime Minister. Now we would like to allow the opposition team, in this case, the leader of opposition team, to present your arguments. Time is given, time is yours, and it starts Now.
Okay, thank you for the time that given to me. Honorable judges, moderator, timekeeper, and audiences. We are from Citra Bakti Senior High School, and I'm as a leader of opposition, and with the motion is a high rupiah exchange rate as evidence for globalization imminent. Against the United States or US dollar, where the rupiah's value raised IDR 15,000 per US dollar. This year's Indonesian economic growth has experienced surge, both internally and externally. The weakening of the rupiah cannot be separated from the economic condition that occur outside Indonesia. The weakening of value of the rupiah is considered to be cause of the increase in the price of necessity, which is measured by increase in cereals from the government. The weakening of the rupiah exchange rate will also indirectly affect the investment strategy undertaken by the public, because several investment instruments are determined by the rupiah's exchange rate. Actually, what are the factors, the cause of the weakening?
Interruption, please.
No thanks. The factor that cause the weakening of the rupiah's exchange rate. The first, the United States economy is improving. After the financial crisis that occurred in the US in 2008, the US government began implementing several economic policies to improve their economy. Since 2013, the US government has carried out a tripping of policy, named increasing and country interest rates make the dollar value stronger and reduce supply on the global stage.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. The second is the decline in export commodity prices. In the last 10 years, the condition of Indonesian export-import trade has experienced severe pressure due to falling commodity price on international markets. This condition has a big impact on Indonesia, which depends on commodity export from its
Lawyer,
economy.
please.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what's happened in their evidence shows that Indonesia is having a problems in their economic activities. And it's crystal clear show that this high exchange rate will affect into Indonesian economic activities. And it clearly shows that this globalization that imminence, it crystal clear show that high exchange rates is evidence of globalization imminent.
Okay, once again.
So based on fact that you give to us shows that Indonesia activity, especially in export and import, has decreased, ladies and gentlemen. And in this case, in this term, we talk about this high rupiah exchange rates as an evidence of global recession imminent that is low in economic activities, and this happened in Indonesia. So.
Okay, I will continue my speech. And the second, the delegation is export commodity price. The decline in the value of Indonesian export is inversely proportional the increasing value of imports. This is a consumption mistake for people who prefer products made in virgin countries compared to products made locally. In addition, the high imports of fuel oil in the midst of rising world oil price have resulted in an increase in subsidy provided by the government. The large amount of imports that require a lot of dollars as a means of payment, especially consumer goods impact to weakening a high rupiah. Even though the delicate value of the rupiah is responsibility of the government, you can also help the government in solving this problem. Here are 5 ways you can do to help the rupiah strengthen. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ontiliu, the leader of opposition team. So the time ends at 7 minutes and 25 seconds. And now we would like to give the chance for the Deputy of Prime Minister to defend your arguments. Deputy of Prime Minister, time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm as a Deputy Prime Minister totally agree with our motion today that says this House believes that a high rupiah exchange rate as an evidence of the global recession imminent. But before going any further, I'd like to tell you again about our definition today, ladies and gentlemen. So we from the government team talk about the high rupiah exchange rate. That means the weakening of the rupiah compared to US dollar, or our currency of the rupiah is weak, ladies and gentlemen. So we need more money of rupiah to change to just $1. That means the high rupiah exchange rate. And I will rebut some points from the opposition team. So the opposition team talk about the investment in Indonesia is decreased or is not stable, ladies and gentlemen. It proves that the global recession imminent will impact to Indonesia, which is that will be the high rupiah exchange rate, ladies and gentlemen. And then they talk about the export and also the export in Indonesia that increase, that decrease, and also the import in Indonesia that increase, ladies and gentlemen. And this proves that the global recession imminent give impact to Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, and there will be the high rupiah exchange rate or the weaken of the currency of rupiah, ladies and gentlemen. As my Prime Minister has said before about the export and import, that is right, ladies and gentlemen. In addition, if there will be global recession, automatically it will decrease the export. Because of what, ladies and gentlemen? Because the other country will prepare themselves, they will decrease the export, they will increase their export and decrease the import. That means the export in Indonesia will decrease, ladies and gentlemen, and they will prepare themselves to face the global recession imminent. And of course, it will prove that the global recession imminent will make the high rupiah exchange rate. Then, as cited in Kompas.com, there is a decrease of export in Indonesia. The third quarter in 2022, the value of export is $2.5 billion, ladies and gentlemen. But in the fourth quarter of 2022, it decreased to just $2.2 billion. And this will give impact to the rupiah exchange rate, which we mean here will be increased, ladies and gentlemen. And as my Prime Minister has said to about the investment, the investor will withdraw the investment because of the, ladies and gentlemen, I have an argument that sounds decrease in investment inflows. So recession may cause investors will withdraw their money from the country that we mean here in Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. If they withdraw their money, they have to change back the rupiah to another currency of their country, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, they will make the rupiah exchanges will go high, ladies and gentlemen. In the fourth quarter of 2022, investment amount in Indonesia is 314 trillion rupiah. But in the first quarter of the 2023, investment amount in Indonesia is just 282.4 trillion, and it decreased about 32 trillion rupiah. And the impact is the increase of exchange rate of the rupiah, ladies and gentlemen. And in 2022, when global recession, in 2022, when we will face the global recession imminent, ladies and gentlemen, China withdrew their investment from Indonesia as much as 30.3%, and the result is rupiah exchange rate to dollar in 2022 is increased, which is 50,662 rupiah, and that adds up to 400 rupiah than previous quarter, ladies and gentlemen. The investors do this because they want to prevent the global recession impact to them, ladies and gentlemen. They think that they will have to face the global recession and they will invest the money, and it means the rupiah currency will decrease. And the second, the slowing economic growth. So if a country economic growth becomes slower or going negative, it proves that the global recession will come soon, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the evidence of the global recession that will approaching right now, ladies and gentlemen. And what is the evidence? The evidence is the high exchange rate of the rupiah in 2022. In the fourth quarter of 2022, Indonesia's economic growth was recorded at 5.01%. It decreases from the previous quarter, which is 5.72%, or decrease about 0.771%, ladies and gentlemen. And this will impact to the rupiah exchange rate. Why? Because in September, which the third quarter in 2022, the exchange rate of rupiah to dollar is 50,260 rupiah just per $1, ladies and gentlemen. But in December 2022, it increased to 50,655 rupiah just per $1. It's a high number, ladies and gentlemen, of the exchange rate. The movement is very bad, ladies and gentlemen, and we have to know that will make impact to the economic in Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. And the third about the decrease in consumption. So when the global recession will coming soon, ladies and gentlemen, our consumption of other things will decrease, ladies and gentlemen. And if the number of consumption is decreased, it will make the high rupiah exchange rate. So the currency of rupiah will decrease, ladies and gentlemen. The decrease in consumption can cause rupiah exchange rate increase, or in other words, the currency of rupiah will weak. Then why it happened, ladies and gentlemen? Because there are decrease of selling and profit, ladies and gentlemen. If this happens, the chance of that country will decrease because investment from abroad will decrease and foreign currency will less interested to that country, ladies and gentlemen. And it clearly shows that the investment of another country that in Indonesia decrease, and it will make the rupiah exchange rate will increase with what we mean here, the weakening of the currency of the rupiah, ladies and gentlemen. As stated in Central Bureau Statistics.co.id, government consumption dropped 4.77% in the fourth quarter of 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, it clearly proves that the global recession imminent will give impact to our country. Which we win here is the high rupiah exchange rate. And I have give you the data about the increase of the rupiah exchange rate from the third quarter of the 2022 to the fourth quarter of 2022. That from the third quarter of the 2022, which is just 15,263 rupiah just per $1. It increased to the 50,655 per US dollar, ladies and gentlemen. And it clearly shows that the global recession imminent will give the impact to the Indonesian, and the high rupiah exchange rate is the evidence of the global recession imminent, ladies and gentlemen. Because of that, we from the government team totally agree with our motion today that says this House believes that a high rupiah exchange rate as an evidence of the global recession imminent. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, give a big round of applause for the Deputy Prime Minister. That was Patrick Demung. Yeah, Patrick Demung. Sorry for mispronouncing of the word. So the time was 7 minutes and 20 seconds. And now we will give the chance for the Deputy Leader of Opposition to give your argument. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. a Deputy Prime Minister of Opposition team, will explain why we don't agree with the motion today. Even though the decline in the value of the rupiah is the responsibility of the government, you can also help the government in solving this problem. Here are 5 ways you can do to help the rupiah strengthen, purchasing domestic product and refraining it from imported products. The assist thing to do help the government is to avoid buying important products so that the rupiah gets stronger. You can change your purchase to domestically made products, regardless of the difference in quality with imported product. There are still many local products that are now less quality and have even penetrated the international market. No thanks. Next, you must be braver to hold rupiah. You have to be sure and continue to use this currency and not exchange it for dollars, which will exacerbate the value of the rupiah.
Interruption, Miss.
Yes, please.
So you have contended before that the export in Indonesia is declined, ladies and gentlemen. It means the export in Indonesia decreased because the other country will face the global recession, and of course the decline of the export will increase the high rupiah exchange rate, or in another word, that will make the rupiah currency will weak to other currency, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Leader of opposition, deputy leader of opposition, if you find it hard to answer the question, you can continue with your presentation while answering it later on. It's okay too, okay? You don't have to wait and finish the time not saying anything.
Okay, I'm sorry. I will continue my speech. The weakening of the rupiah is the right moment for you who are business-minded, especially if you have dreams of producing products that can penetrate the international market. One example of a business that you know preserve is handicrafts, where authentic Indonesian handicrafts are widely known abroad. The declining rupiah exchange rate has made the price of Indonesian export product relatively cheaper compared to products from other countries. By exporting your product, you are helping the government in collecting foreign exchange. As an Indonesian people, we should take advantage of this exchange rate. When the rupiah exchange rate increase, many Indonesians exchange their rupiah in the hope that they will get benefits in the future. Therefore, we all need to cultivate a strong sense of nationalism so that the increase in the rupiah is beneficial. The higher the exchange rate of a country currency against other countries shows that the country has a better economy than other country. The important role of the exchange rate for both developed and developing countries is an incentive to maintain a relatively stable currency exchange position. That's all, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that is Ms. Bertin Wunu as the deputy of the opposition, deputy leader of the opposition team. So Ms. Bertin, can I suggest you when you do your reply speak later on, can you remove the mask? Maybe it will be it will make it clearer for the audience and also for the judges and also for your competing partners to listen to what you have to say about. So okay, so the next opportunity is given to the government whip. So, are you ready? Time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's be more logical than idealistic. Global recession that is imminent open our eyes to see disastrous effect of this. With fact and reason given by my teammate, show us that we agree in today's motions. As previously stated, I am here. The government will extremely agree to our motion today, which says the high rupiah exchange rate as evidence of global recession imminent. Before confirming my argument, I summarize all arguments that have been elaborated by my Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. I'd like to highlight some points of arguments coming from the side of opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, we personally think, three of us personally think that side of opposition have failed to understand what is the meaning of our motion today. Let's see from the word global recession that is imminent, what it stands for. It means that the high rupiah exchange rate is evidence of global recession imminent that shows that there is a slow in economic activities in a country, and what comes from them, it's about how government policy to increase the value of the currency of Indonesians. So they fail to understand that this, what we talk today is about the high rupiah exchange rates, is evidence of global recessions, not a high, not strong in currency, is the way for Indonesia to prepare themselves face this global recession that is imminent. So moving to my argument, first, we have to see that this high rupiah exchange rate that's been defined by our Prime Minister shows that means that weakening of the rupiah compared to US dollar, ladies and gentlemen, not means that Indonesia currency is stronger than dollar, but number of currency, Indonesia currency that we want to trade with dollar. So we have to see that when this high rupiah exchange rate happened, Indonesia facing decreasing in export demand. And like what evidence they given by my prime ministers, and also the side of opposition contended that Indonesia have problems in their economic activities, especially in doing import and export. Because of what? Because countries in abroad, especially for developed countries, have facing these problems, global recessions, and that is why they close themselves to make an export and import activities. And Indonesia also with lost more money because of high exchange rate that shows that there's a slow economic activities in Indonesia. And so the second, that decrease in investment inflows because of what? Because the investors losing their confidence to invest their money in Indonesia, and it will take more. It will impact to increasing in exchange rate, ladies and gentlemen. Like facts given by my deputy leader of opposition, in the fourth quarter of 2022, Indonesia economic growth was recorded at 5.01%, ladies and gentlemen. It decreased from the previous quarter, which is 5.72, or decreased about 0.71%. There is a numerous number on this percentage, and it crystal clear shows that there is a slow economic growth as evidence of global recession imminent. And also, that we have to see that this high exchange rate will affect into price of goods. It will decrease the purchasing power of people, ladies and gentlemen. And crystal clear, so there's a there's a slow in economic activities in Indonesia. We have to see that these high exchange rates have been predicted, this global recession imminent, have been predicted by our financial ministry. Sri Mulyani said that global recession will happen in 2023. And the facts is the high rupiah exchange rate. We have to stress on this data shows by Sri Mulyani. It crystal clear showed that high rupiah exchange rates, which weakening of rupiah currency, is the fact of global recession that is imminent. So and also we have to see that there's a decrease in investment inflows, like I've said before, because recession may cause investors to withdraw their investment from Indonesia to other country, because Indonesia having problems which is low in their economic activities. Also the second is slowing economic growth as evidence of global recession imminent. And if a country economic growth becomes slower or going negative for several consecutive quarters, this is evidence that a recession is approaching, and the fact is this high rupiah exchange rate. And we have to know that Indonesia economic growth is slowing down because of global recession in 2023, ladies and gentlemen. And so the third, that decrease in consumption. If the number of consumption is decreasing, it means that the recession will coming soon. As a high is the evidence of high rupiah exchange rate. The decrease in the consumption can cause rupiah exchange rates increase. Why? Because there are decrease of selling and profit. There's a decrease in purchasing power of people because rupiah exchange rate is happening, ladies and gentlemen. And if this happens, the currency of that country will decrease because investment from abroad will decrease and foreign currency will less interested to that country. And what we've mentioned in here is, and what we would like to stress in here is Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. Also, based on the data cited in bps.go.id, government consumption dropped 4.77% in the fourth quarter of 2022. It crystal clear showed that slowing economic growth has happened in Indonesia as evidence of global recession imminent. Because of what? Because of high rupiah exchange rates, as a weakening in rupiah currency is the facts of global recession imminent, ladies and gentlemen. We have to see that this motion is crystal clear lie, and those side of opposition have failed to convince us. Even they failed to show their arguments about how this high rupiah exchange rate, not the evidence of global recession imminent, but Indonesia have faced the problems, especially slowing economic growth in their country, like what they stated about the decrease in export and import activities, ladies and gentlemen. So I'd like to stress again in here that because of high rupiah exchange rate, it will increase import prices. So Indonesia will have no benefits at all when doing import activities. And for export, it will cost much more money than others because there's high rupiah exchange rate. And so then there's this decrease in export competitive. Why? Because of the reason that I've been elaborated before that shows that because of high rupiah exchange rates, Indonesia will lose more money and even Indonesia will spend more money in doing export activity. So because of the reason, we from the side of government extremely agree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was Marco Rera as the government whip. Thank you, Marco. What an exciting arguments. And the last opportunity for the opposition team is given to the opposition whip to rebut the arguments presented by the government team. So this is your last chance to win the arguments. So give us your best, all right? Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time given to me as opposition whip. Traveling and enjoying domestic tourism. Another thing that can help the government is to hold back the desire to travel abroad and encourage development of the domestic tourism sector, which is expected to accelerate foreign exchange earnings. Tourism destinations in Indonesia are less beautiful than places in other countries. Friend, you can take advantage of this moment to enjoy Indonesia, which will ultimately promote exchange rate stability in the short term. Travel by public transportation. No thanks. What is the relationship between the use of public transportation and the rupiah currency? The use of public transportation is very effective in saving fuel consumption.
Say something, please.
Yes.
Okay, but you need to know that right now Indonesia have already faced a big problems, especially in economics areas. That I mean in here that export and import activities between Indonesia and US decrease, and it will impact to the high rupiah exchange rate. Could you please tell us your opinion about this?
Again, excuse me, opposition whip, you can continue with your argumentation while thinking about how to respond to him. Yeah? Or
Sorry. I will continue is my best. Even though the rupiah exchange rate is declining, it does not mean that all investments are unprofitable. You can still invest in assets that don't depend on the dollar exchange rate, one of which in government securities or SON. Not long ago, the Indonesian government issued SUN with the SBR4 series. Yes, please.
We have to see from what the word globalization imminent stands for. It means that Indonesia have got the impacts from this globalization imminent. That's why we elaborate about slowing in economic activities in Indonesia. Please show us that Indonesia doesn't even get the impact from this globalization imminent.
Ladies and gentlemen, as an opposition team, we don't agree with the motion being debated today. Because in the rupiah exchange rate is high, it means that Indonesia in things possession because Indonesia can sell goods abroad at high price. As an Indonesia people, we shall take advantage of this exchange rate. When the rupiah exchange rate increases, many Indonesians exchange the rupiah in their hope that they will get benefits in the future. Therefore, we'll all need to cultivate a strong sense. That's all, thank you.
Sorry, so that was Risnawatu as the opposition whip. Thank you, Risna. I just want to remind the teams to glance upon the time, yeah, there, so that you can plan your speech. Okay, and now it is the last chance for each team for the reply speech. So the first chance is given to the opposition team for the reply speech. Please give your overall arguments and, you know, the punching points of your arguments for the opposition team. Okay? Take your time. Time is yours. 4 minutes, yeah? 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah. Silakan.
Okay, thank you. I'm reply speaker of opposition team will give the conclusion. We truly don't agree with the motion. The weakening of the rupiah exchange rate will also indirectly affect the investment strategy undertaken by the public because several investment instruments are determined by the rupiah exchange rate. The decline in the value of Indonesian export is inversely proportional of the increased value of imports. This is a consumption mistake for people who prefer production made in foreign countries compared to product made locally. Next, you must be braver to hold rupiah. You have to be sure on continue to use this currency and not exchange it for dollar, which will exacerbate that the value of the rupiah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Opposition reply. Time stops at 1 minute and 44 seconds. Yeah, for the reply speaker from opposition team. So now is the last opportunity also for the government side to give the reply speech. Okay. Time starts as you speak.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the reply speaker of the government team, totally agree with our motion today that says, this House believes that the high rupiah exchange rate as an evidence of the global recession imminent. But before going any further, I'd like to read again about our definition today, ladies and gentlemen. The high rupiah exchange rate we mean here is that weakening of the rupiah compared to the US dollar. So that means the weak of the currency of our currency, ladies and gentlemen. So rupiah is weak than the dollar, and that means a high rupiah exchange rate. As my Prime Minister said before about the export, that is right, ladies and gentlemen. If there is a global recession imminent, automatically it will decrease the export. Because of what, ladies and gentlemen? Because other countries will decrease the import to face the global recession imminent, ladies and gentlemen. And as cited in Kompas.com, there is a decrease of export in Indonesia. The third quarter of the 2022, the value of export in Indonesia is $2.5 billion US, ladies and gentlemen. But in the fourth quarter of the 2022, it decreased to $2.2 billion per 2.2 US dollar, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it will make a high rupiah exchange rate. Then, as my Prime Minister also said about the investor, ladies and gentlemen, there will be the decrease in investment inflows, ladies and gentlemen. Recession may cause investors to withdraw their investment from Indonesia. If they withdraw their money, they have to change the rupiah for the another currency, ladies and gentlemen. And this will make the rupiah exchange rate will high, ladies and gentlemen, or in other words, there will be the weakening of the currency of the rupiah, ladies and gentlemen. In 2022, when the global recession will coming soon, in China withdraw their invest from Indonesia as much as 33.3%, ladies and gentlemen. And the result is rupiah exchange rate to dollar in 2022 is increased, which is 15,662 rupiah just per $1, ladies and gentlemen. And the investors do this because they have to prepare themselves to face the global recession imminent. And the second, about the slowing economic growth. So the global recession imminent will impact to our economic growth, ladies and gentlemen. And if a country economic growth becomes slower or the negative, ladies and gentlemen, for several consecutive quarters, this is the evidence of the recession that will coming soon, ladies and gentlemen. And we have to know that Indonesia's economic growth right now is slowing, ladies and gentlemen. In the fourth quarter of 2022, Indonesia's economic growth was recorded at 5.5%, at 5.05%, ladies and gentlemen. It decreases from the previous quarter or third quarter of the 2022, which is 5.72%, ladies and gentlemen, or decrease about 0.71%. And this impact to rupiah exchange rate. In September 2022, the exchange rate of rupiah to dollar is 15,260 rupiah per $1. In December 2022, it decreasing to 15,655 rupiah just per $1, ladies and gentlemen. And the third about the decrease in consumption. If the number of consumption is decreased, it means the recession will come soon, and of course, it will make a high rupiah exchange rate. And I'd like to rebut some main points from the opposition team. I'd like to talk again about our definition. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the high rupiah exchange rate means that weakening of the currency of rupiah, ladies and gentlemen. And all of the opposition argument is support us right now, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because they talk about investment in Indonesia is not stable. And or in another word, the decline of investment in Indonesia. And the second, they talk about the export in Indonesia is declined, while the import in Indonesia is increased, ladies and gentlemen. It clearly shows that they are support to our position today, ladies and gentlemen, because the high rupiah exchange rate is the evidence of the global recession imminent. Because of that, ladies and gentlemen, we from the government team totally agree with our motion today that says this House believes that a high exchange rate of rupiah is an evidence of the global recession imminent. Thank you.
So that is Patrick Demung from the government reply. Patrick is reminding us so much on the president of the former president of the United States, yeah, Mr. Barack Obama. I was looking at him from here and said, "Whoa, he looks like Barack Obama." And these are our future leaders, yeah. So, and I would like to take this opportunity also to congratulate also for the opposition team, yeah. It's not easy. It's not easy to be standing in front of many people and to be judged on what we should say, how we should appear, the performance that we make, or things like that. It's not easy. So this is also for the other teams. Just, you know, build your confidence and just, you know, be yourself. Doesn't matter, yeah? Whether you're going to make mistakes or not, this is our learning experiences. This is our learning process. It doesn't matter, all right? So thank you very much for both teams. Let us give big round of applause for both teams and yeah, for the great efforts. And we would like to give the opportunity for both teams to shake hands because we are friends, right? Even though we are competing with each other. And then, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for both teams, and you can return to your bench. Thank you. Thank you. Semangat. Okay, so now we will give the chance for the judges to do the scoring and to calculate, because later on, by the end of this day, we will have the ranking system done by the judges, who will move forward to the next stage, yeah, for tomorrow. Sorry, since the beginning I should say that we will be having this competition for 3 days, yeah, for 3 days, and this today is the elimination round. Sorry. Today we will have five teams competing, yeah, 5 competition round, yeah? Okay. So, will be continued for tomorrow? Babak penyisiannya lanjut besok? Atau besok langsung dengan grand final, dengan semifinal? Sorry, oh, okay. Okay, so while we're waiting for the judges to do the scoring, I will hand over this mic to the organizing committee ya. Mungkin untuk panitianya. Kita lanjut dengan untuk yang tim berikutnya kah? Oke, mungkin langsung saja. Tim berikutnya siapa? Maaf, saya bisa minta. Mungkin tim berikutnya yang mana? Yang mosinya? Oh ya, mungkin Pak Heri langsung. Oh, kita langsung panggil saja ya dari SMA Negeri 1 SoA dengan SMA Negeri 2 SoA. Oke, untuk ya tarik undiannya. Mungkin perwakilannya dulu untuk tarik undian. Prokonnya. Yang mana yang dari government? Dari SMA 1? SMA 2. Oke. Jadi SMA Negeri 2 dapat dari government dan kemudian SMA Negeri 1 opposition teamnya. So now it's the motion.
This House regrets the rise of online lending practice is proof of the failure of bank managing in Indonesia. This House regrets.
Oke, saya baca ulang ya. Jadi mosinya adalah this House regrets the rise online lending practice is proof of the failure of bank managing in Indonesia. Online lending practice is proof of the failure of bank management in Indonesia ya. Oke, so kita langsung saja panggil ya. Jadi kita langsung panggil saja ya. So we will call upon competition team members from SMA Negeri 1 SoA and SMA Negeri 1 SMA Negeri 2 SoA. Sorry, to the front bench please. SMA Negeri 2 yang apa man ya? Okay, competing team members from SMA Negeri 1 SoA and SMA Negeri 2 SoA, please come forward to the benches. And from SMA Negeri 2 SoA as the government team, please take your bench, please. Yeah, this is from SMA Negeri 2 SoA, from the government ya. Ini SMA Negeri 2? Satu, oh ya oke. SMA Negeri 2 untuk government. Okay, could you please introduce yourself to the team, to the panelists? Bisa aku kenal? Ya?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to the moderator for the opportunity given to us honorable judges, opposing team, honorable audience. First of all, I would like to introduce our team. My name is Maria Kirneno Muga. I am as first speaker. We are from SMA Negeri 2 Soa.
My name is Kristina Dagili, as a second speaker.
My name is Francisca Atomeo, as a third speaker. That's all, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, opposition team, please introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are from SMA Negeri 1 Soa. Thank you for the time to give to me. I am Teresia Angelina Retuk as the Prime Minister of Government Opposition Team.
Okay, thank you. I'm Ersan. I'm deputy of opposition team.
And I'm Fairlyn as the opposition whip. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, both teams. Now, without further ado, we will give you time to prepare your motions for each teams. Yeah. Again, the motion is this House regret that the rise of online lending practices is proof of the failure of bank management in Indonesia. Okay? So you will be given 20 minutes and the time starts now. panggilan. Tapi dengan paham ya. Reply yang ini, deputi, yang reply sebentar, reply ini, yang reply speech, yang terakhir tuh, yang mana? Yang terakhir tuh, kan si nanti yang ini reply.
Out police to eradicate illegal loans through the Investment Alert Task Force, including running various education programs for the public to use online lending that is registered or licensed at BI, and preventing the public from taking advantage of illegal online loans. BI also appreciates the efforts made by other members, including carrying out cyber patrols, blocking illegal online loan sites in application, saving and loans that again legal online loans, has cut a SEC to 3.856 content related to online loans that value laws and regulation, including online loans without permission or legal. BI has also collaborated with the Investment Alert Task Force to stop illegal online lending business activities on behalf of BI, and a part of that BI has also conducted education programs for the cooperative or the general public to anticipate illegal online loans behalf of BI. This is intended so that the public knows the value that are done by BI. Through this joint commitment, it's BI's step to prevent, manage, and enforce the law in credit illegal online loans. In addition, the government has also carried out 40 law enforcement of illegal online loans with various means that are determined to associate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was Tania Retuk as the opposition leader. The times used is 7 minutes and 24 seconds. So the next one, the chance is given to the Deputy of Prime Minister, Ms. Rizna Leda, to give your further arguments promoting the motion. Time is yours.
Thanks for time given to me. I'm as the second speaker. Here I will reality we slowly agree without mourning this time. Nearly that day, we desperately practice of online learning is addition of the forges of bank management in Indonesia. We do see because Kaiser of the online laws are set rife in Indonesia. 70s ago, social media was laughing its weakness of teacher in Semarang. Region Kras Jaya Warpas Kau Ijri loud debates of up to hundreds of millions of rupiah. Profiling personal data on online laws makes it out for you to be class about their debates. That Congress please restraining from going to school, going to prison unit they are ready to be fired from their jobs. Not only the servers of nation have highly online learning visit clisconlet.co.id. Newly obtained course about online laws Date money for our Kongs be with us is with Congress. In fast the president now data was latter things ago course world because troop strong because the world from things about to and see world the very only. The dark arbors why so many Israel silent and rest because they are innovative predol leading of on time vision of solid was the cause is only online because he takes the first for it from the cross of being believed by online learning that conquest of viruses as of this net some sugars of things online less at cause consent to comes silent must be class importing the rasi is the process of corribit day debates complete with cause trace. In more detail, these are these important things as strong lots online sparingly online lots. Interest with is done not only to course but also course. Please industry bid calls me. This can be in day from off-road sorted of wheel calcy. Instrument consumer process that is dismart. The cons of the broths, the flash of dismit running important thing. Lance offering breed brought of the power, alcas to the brower Darwis is taken. There is not course about the cons and addition of the service profit option. Online and option, the admin phase is also older. It reclaps in up will date up Kong's name with a only seat to the brower. The brower has find the lot but the last has not breed the light of last reason not the not enter this system. At the motor that of the
POI, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you give me the presentation if the online lending practice is proof of the failure of the bank managing in Indonesia? Thank you.
Of on the draft of online laws, the word you will watch is the breakouts of still rally with day pop or you. You can with delay for reality, please not with you plug of online. I log with you breakouts to predate that of clause, please ask only. If you are light praying you English, the not breeze my because and plug is duty. This comes with draw sauce blessed with after pop, the not meet and through this oppress about do online lots with the you got only see briefing allows for lay allows freeze can also have a date after and you call see. It is evidence lot is called of the opening of this online lot note of leaks and law would also withdraw human rights appreciation and law. Now treaty name of 1000 need hadir name in May. Techno-based in mailing service love nowhere sharing monies allows nowhere living in protecting transmit and love nowhere consequence percent hope not the will be love pressing for the what all trends of thou hopes of the importing in terms of goals. That's all and thank you.
Okay, that was Krishna Leda, Deputy Prime Minister, and the time span is 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Now we move to the next speaker.
Time is given for Ms. Ersen Wonga, Deputy Leader of Opposition. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm as Deputy of Prime Minister, and we absolutely agree with the motion. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm as Deputy of Opposition, and we absolutely disagree with the motion. Before I give my argument, I would like to rebuttal some point from the opposition team, which is if someone use online lending, they can get tricked for online lending. But nowadays, many people don't get tricked from internet. Okay, thank you. Okay, I will explain again what my friends explained before. Person online lending is offering digital based financial products is in opening new doors for loans. People wishing to apply in contract to conventional loan service offering by bank cooperatives, various features over peer-to-peer lending loan products on online loans that can be submitted very easily and without complicated requirements. Because of confidence on speech, which has become very popular among the millennial generation and is predicted to continue to grow. And make relationship with BI as long as SBI has carried out policies to educate illegal loans through the informants alert talk force, including running various educational programs for the public to use online lending. This is registered or listeners on BI and preventing the public for taking advantage of illegal online loans. BI also applies the efforts made by other members, including carrying out cyber patrols, currently blocking illegal online candidates and application, issuing saving and candidates over online loans, coming payment, gathering philotians, and carrying out legal practice against legal online loans. Rominfo has cut access the 3.856 connect related to online loans that violate laws and regulation, including online loans without promotion or legal. BI also received a positive response from Google for a request for cooperation regarding the requirement from personal loan application in Indonesia, which are often abused by legal online loans. Google has added additional eligibility requirements for personal loan application, including in the form of lines documents or contained in BI. BI committed to fully supports every joint effort and step to ensure that the finance sector can continue to grow in a healthy manner and contribution positively and effectively to economic revenue. We are also continue to be committed to always being a strategic partner in synergy between actors in transmitting policies without being distributed by unhealthy business practice such as illegal online loans. And the Minister of Communication and Information stated that the progress of the financial technology sector, especially online loans, is something that makes Indonesia proud because it can follow the direction of the technology age. BI has also collaborated with the investment alert task force to stop illegal online shopping business activities on behalf of BI. And a part of the BI has also conducted education programs of the cooperative movement on the general public and active follow legal. So, based on what I have explained before, I would like to clear our position that we totally disagree with the motion. This House regrets the rise of lending practice is proof of the failure of bank managing in Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was Ms. Ersen Wonga, Deputy Leader of Opposition. The time used is 6 minutes and 51 seconds. Thank you. So now is the chance given to the government side for the government whip to provide your rebuttal of the opposition's case and also to strengthen your position. Government whip, time is yours.
Thank you for the time opportunity given to me. I am asked the third speaker from the pro team to easily write this motion. Right, read that the widespread profit of online lending is evidence of the failure of bank management in Indonesia. So, the rise of online loan companies operating in Indonesia and to begin registered or illegal with the OJK will make many victims. This happens because illegal online loans are not under supervision, so they are not subject to any rules. In addition, there are risks of violations, so as loan interest than of personal debt to emitting bill that is very vulnerable to the public as consumers of these online loans. The presence of the finance industry in offering digital-based finance products seems to open new doors for people who want to apply for loans. In contrast to conventional loan service offered by banks or cooperatives, price fintechs offer peer-to-peer lending, loan products or online loans that can be submitted very easily and without completed because of less convenience and speed. Finance has become very popular among the millennial generation and is predicted to continue to grow. Not a few people think that Finnish is a brain rival because the word secret is almost similar to a bank. In fact, if it's net further, the Finnish platform can easily become an important strategy to improve and accelerate baking toward collaboration and partnerships.
POI, please.
No thanks. Finance and digital platform offer business models and alternative solutions that can help governments and other finance institutions expand.
POI, please.
Yes.
What the evidence to say that online lending practice is illegal application? Thank you. Thank you.
According to him, the explosion of this pinjol had been predicted before. This loan service offers a number of conveniences and speeds. Distance to trap ordinary people or students who do not have finances.
POI, please. Sorry, that's not what I mean. Thank you.
On the other hand, the Finnish might have sufficient financial literacy, but the two social and economic factors that demand that they need fast funds they could be trapped. Another factor is due to social problems in the form of difficulty accessing financing from formal institutions such as banks in response to realness in society. The existence of this online loan is a polemic because of low financial literacy in Indonesian society. This is for course at risk for making online loan debates trapped in a debt bond that is too heavy to be unable to pay their installments. Low financial literacy kills individuals and households to borrow excessively and tend to cause loans with higher costs, so that an illegal loan, a predate was offered and AC was an large amount of processing and as with the public plus financial literacy that was not good and did not understand. Thank you.
Okay, so that was Ransi Dato from Government Whip, and the time span is 7 minutes and 3 seconds. So the last chance for the opposition team to present your rebuttal for the government team. Time is given to Ferlin Bebe as the opposition whip. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm as the opposition whip will conclude all the things my friends have explained, and I will give you more evidence to clear things up. Before I explain my argument, I would like to rebuttal some point from the government team. You said that if someone use the online lending can get tricked, but I think it is false because use online lending can make someone easy and practice. Okay, thank you. Can release with BI as long as BI has carried out policies to eradicate illegal loans through the investment alert task force, including running various educational programs for the public to use online lending that is registered or licensed at BI and preventing the public from taking advantage of illegal online loans. BI also appreciates the efforts made by other members, including carrying out cyber patrols routinely, blocking illegal online loans sites and application in swing saving and loans that over online loans, committing payment gateway violation and carrying out legal progressing against legal online loans. Rominfo has cut access 3,856 contests related to online loans that violate laws and regulation, including online loans without permission or legal. BI also received a positive response from Google for a request for cooperation regarding the requirements for personal loan application in Indonesia, which are often abused by illegal online loans. Google has added additional eligibility requirements for personal loan applications, including in the form of license documents or content in BI. BI omitted to and fully support every joint effort and strive to ensure that the financial sector can continue to grow in healthy manner and contributed positively and a strategy partner in synergy between authorities in transmitting policies without being disturbed by unhealthy business practices such as illegal online loans. And the Minister of Communication and Information stated that the progress of the financial technology sector, especially online loans, is something that makes Indonesia proud because it can follow the direction of the technology age. BI also collaborate with the Investment Alert Task Force to stop illegal online lending business activities on behalf of BI. And a part of that, BI has also conducted educational programs for the comparative movement or the general public to anticipate illegal online lending. Behalf of BI, this is intended so that the public know the values that are owned by BI. Through this joint commitment, BI is step to prevent, manage, and enforce the law in eradicating illegal online loans. In addition, the government the government has also carried out 14 law enforcement of illegal online loans with
Interruption,
various.
please.
Yes, please.
Why are people stuck with online loan service?
Can you repeat again?
Why are people stuck with online loan service?
Okay, I will continue my speech. BI also received a positive response from Google for a request for cooperation regarding the requirement for personal loan application in Indonesia, which are often abused by illegal online loans. Google has added additional eligibility requirements for personal loans applications, including in the form of licensed documents or contained in BI. Financial sector can continue to
Interruption,
grow.
please.
Continue to grow in healthy manner to contributed positively and effectively to economic recovery. BI also continue to be. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was Ferlin Bebe, the opposition whip, and the time span is 7 minutes and 24 seconds. Okay. The next one is also the last chances for both teams for reassert your arguments and for the reply speech for both teams. And the first speaker will be given to the opposition side first, yeah? Opposition side, reply speaker from opposition team. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to state once and for all that we as the opposition team disagree with the motion. As we have explained before that, present online lending is offering digital based financial products as if opening new doors for loans. People wishing to apply in contact to conventional loan service offered by bank cooperatives, various features offer peer-to-peer lending, loan products or product on online loans that can be submitted very easily and without complement requirements. Because of in confidence and speed, which fitness has become very popular among the millennial generation, and this predicate to continue to grow. Make realized with BI as BI has carried out polished to accommodate illegal loans through the Informant Alert Task Force, including running various educational programs for the public to use online lending that is registered or listed at BI, and preventing the public from taking advantage of illegal online loans. BI also appreciates the efforts made by the members, including carrying out fiber country, blocking illegal online websites and application using service that loans that over online loans counting payment get very violated, and carrying out legal proceeding against legal online loan. Rominfo has cut access to 3,856 connect related to online loans that violate laws and regulation, including online loans without promotion illegal. BI also received a positive response from Google for a request for cooperation recording to requirements for personal ion application in Indonesia, which are often abused by illegal online loans. This is intended so that the public knows the values are owned by BI. Through this joint commitment, it's BI's step to prevent, manage, and enforce the law in according illegal online loans. In addition, the government has also carried out 14 law enforcements of illegal online loans with various methods that are determined to sociality. We believe that we already provide you real adequate data, facts and evidence that can make us with debate. We are also would like to apologize if we say something that's hurt anybody here. That's all we can say. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ersen Wonga. Okay, time is spent is 4 minutes and 16 seconds. Now it's the last also opportunity for the government team. The reply speaker, please take your time. Silahkan yang bicara untuk reply. Karen ya, Karen ya. Ini untuk kesimpulan-kesimpulan besarnya saja ya, untuk kembali menguatkan posisi kamu. Oke? 4 menit untuk reply speaker dari government team.
The existence of the online loan is a polemic because of low financial literacy in Indonesia society. This is of course at risk for making online loan debates trapped in a debate that is too heavy to be unable to pay their payments. Low financial literacy causes individuals and households to borrow excessively and tend to cause loans with higher costs, so that an illegal loans price offered an easy, fast, and late amount of processing and spread the public plus financial literacy that was not good and did not understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Renzi. Okay, so that's the reply speech from the government team. Time spent is 1 minute and 5 seconds. Okay, thank you for both teams. Thank you for the effort, yeah? It's all right, that's already good. So thank you very much for both, and we would like to ask both teams to shake hands with each other and then return to the bench, yeah? Okay, so now time is given for the judges to make the scoring, and next up, dua tim deh. Oke, SMA Golewa Barat and SMA Golewa Selatan. Please send your representative to pick up the position and also motion.
I'm from one senior high school Gulewa. I am and our team take the government team.
Okay, thank you. So SMA 1 Golewa Barat, government, yeah? Okay. And that means SMA?
I am SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Selatan. I am opposition team.
So Golewa Selatan, opposition team. Now it's time to pick the motion. Okay, so.
This house support the widespread of feelings condom in Indonesia.
Very good topic ya for this afternoon, untuk siang nih, biar tidak mengantuk tuh ya. This house support, ya saya baca lagi motionnya, this house support the widespread of selling condoms in Indonesia. Alright? Now, you can go back and check with your teammates and prepare yourself so that we can go back to the front, okay?
Cek.
Okay, without further ado, we would like to invite the competing teams from SMA Negeri 1 Galewa Barat. Please take the stand at the government bench. Yeah. Give big applause for them, please. Yay. And then from SMA Negeri 1 Galewa Selatan, please take the opposition stand. Thank you. Now we would like to give you the chance to introduce yourself. Please, the government team, take your time.
Check. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, honorable judges, timekeeper, moderator, and all of the participants in this English debate competition 2023. And before we are start our debate in this chance, allow me to introduce ourselves. My name is Elias Wila. I am his Deputy Prime Minister.
And I am Arnie. I am the Prime Minister of this house.
I am Viranti. I am the government whip.
That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, government team. Now, the opposition team, could you please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the chance that given to me. We are from Sma Se-Kabupaten, and we take our position in this debating context as the opposition said. My name is Tresia Antonil Darwa. I am standing here as the first speaker of opposition team. So, I am the leader of opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, I am accompanied by two friends. They are...
Hello, my name is Antonia Yuliana Nu. I am the second speaker.
Hello, my name is Marcianus Goru. I am the third speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both teams. Now you will be given 20 minutes to prepare your arguments for both teams. And the motion today, again, I would like to read it again. The motion is, this house support the widespread of selling condoms in Indonesia. Okay? Because this is already in the afternoon time, please make it, just give us more spirit. Okay? Lebih bersemangat, boleh? Ya, oke, kasih 20 menit. Ya, 20 minutes start from now. We're waiting for one of the judges. Okay. So we will wait a little, a few more minutes here for the judges. So one of the judges. Oh. So while waiting for the judges, you guys already know the time given for each speaker is 7 minutes and 20 seconds, yeah? Yeah? So for speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3, 7 minutes and 20 seconds, and for the reply speaker, 4 minutes. So timekeeper will keep reminding you, but every time during your speech, you can glance at the time on the wall to make sure that, you can manage your time well, okay? Okay, the judges are complete now, so let's not wait any longer. We will just continue to the debate, yeah? You guys ready? Yeah, that's good. Give us some spirit. Are you ready? Yay. One more time. Are you ready? Ready. Jam 1. Okay. So, the first chance will be given to Arni Ule as the Prime Minister from the government team. Also representing SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Barat. Prime Minister, you are given the time to defend the motion and also present the arguments that supporting the motion. And again, the motion is this House support the widespread of selling condoms in Indonesia. Time is yours.
Okay, thanks for the beautiful change. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, the honorable judges, the English teacher here, moderator, timekeeper, the English teacher here, and our respect to the opposition team. Firstly, we'd like to thank to God because of His love. We are still given the breath of life, especially today we have the opportunity to have an English debate competition 2023. I am Arni, I am the Prime Minister of this House. With the motion, we all from the government team totally agree with this motion because condoms can assist the government in the success of family planning programs which aim to control the rate of population growth, prevent female pregnancies, and create an ideal family climate both from an economic and health standpoint. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I will explain the definition of condoms. Condom is a type of contraception that is attached to the male genitalia. This tool has many health benefits. Condoms can be benefit for health. The reason why we agree with this motion are because with the existence of condoms, the government will be assist in the success of the family planning programs, which aid to control the rate of population growth
prevent female pregnancies, and create an ideal family climate, both from an economic and health standpoint. Reporting from halodoc.com.jakarta, the use of condoms during intercourse is highly recommended. Regardless of tastes and preference, in fact, the benefits of condoms for health are numerous. For more, allow me to explain some of the benefits of condoms for health are numerous. For more, allow me to explain some of the benefits of condoms for health as a contraceptive, namely, first, prevent unwanted pregnancies. Ladies and gentlemen, by using a condom can reduce the risk of pregnancy by up to 98%. Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, thanks for your guys' input to me. My friends from the government team. My question is, what are positive and negative impacts from widespread sale of condoms in Indonesia?
Here, I won't explain for you the positive impact from selling condoms in Indonesia. First, prevent unwanted pregnancies. By using a condom can reduce the risk of pregnancy by up to 98%. This means that only 2 out of 100 people often having sex use a condom. Second, prevent HIV transmission. The HIV virus is easily spread through broad-ended intercourse because it is transmitted through genitals. Using a condom can prevent the spread or infection of this virus. Third, mention erection. This is another benefit of condoms that men also need to know, especially for those who have difficulty mentioning an erection. Using a condom can help the erection last longer. Fourth, prevent injury. And 5, hygienic. One of the reasons why sex needs use a condom is healthier and more hygienic. The benefits of this condom make intercourse cleaner and safe. Sixth, the price is affordable and easy to get. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is an opinion that the sale of condoms that spreads everywhere can open up opportunities for the younger generation to above them, I think this is a ridiculous thing that people think. For this too, I think as parents, they will definitely be very strict in supervising their children to avoid promiscuity. And as we know that nearly 29% students have sex without using condom to prevent pregnancies. The government also certainly will not turn a blind eye to continuing to give confirmation to sellers not to sell these tools to unmarried children of most. So, ladies and gentlemen, selling condoms in Indonesia can affect and teenagers, and condoms can assist the government in the success of family planning programs, which aim to control the rate of population growth. And about that, to support the government to prevent pregnancies, case, and HIV disease. For these two, I think of parents, they will definitely be very strict in supervising their children to avoid promiscuity. The government also certainly will not turn a blind eye to continue to give confirmation to sellers not to sell these tools to unmarried children of most. So there is nothing wrong if there are opinions that support the rampant sales of condoms in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, in short, we all from the government team totally agree and we all support with the spread of selling condoms in Indonesia. And now our team don't support the free sex in Indonesia, but here our support the government to selling condoms for reduce pregnancy case and HIV disease. Finally, I will return the time and opportunity to the moderators. That is all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prime Minister. Time span is 6 minutes and 44 seconds. So now it's the chance for the leader of opposition team to oppose the arguments given by the government team and to challenge the motion that is prevented or defended by the government. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our honorable judges, moderator, timekeeper, and all the participants in English debating context 2023, especially my partner from the government team. So, ladies and gentlemen, our mission today is this House support the wide spirit of selling condoms in Indonesia. Because we are the opposite team, we strongly disagree with this motion. Because we take 2 keyboards, they are wide spirit of selling and condoms. Wide spirit of selling is extending something in my place or the activity of making products and service available so that people can buy. Condom is a 10th number covering that a man carry on his penis during. No thanks. Sex stop a woman becoming pregnant or to protect him or his parents. No thanks. Against infection disease. Condoms are instead used a means of cover to inside free sex in their lives. Of young people who are not married or who are not old, can even
interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, when you consider that the government can give permission to the government to selling condoms in Indonesia. So what do you think with the pregnancy case, and not only about that, with the HIV disease in Indonesia, you know, with the large spread of the HIV disease. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you about your question. I take it. But in this debating context, I disagree with this motion. Let me continue my argument.
But you still answer my question. My question, what your opinion with the large spread of the HIV disease, and not only about that, with the pregnancy case in Indonesia? So because when the government not to give the permission for the ships, be like the mini market to selling the condoms in Indonesia, you know, it's effect for the students and also to give the high pregnancy case in Indonesia. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you about your question. From your question, I have answered that mini markets, supermarkets, and pressmen not to sell condoms freely. The mayor has banned Valentine's Day celebration for school children at the free sale condoms, said head of Makassar Civil Service Police Unit, Iman Hud in Makassar, Wednesday. Okay, thank you. Let me continue my argument. It seems trivial, especially if you only take about condoms. But if you look at the impact of its development according to the times unit now, how can the young generation, both men and women who are not married,
interruption, please.
No thanks, actually use condoms as means of promiscuity? What is even more concerning, it turns out no thanks, I'm speak. You are teenagers who indicatedly are not of truth be involved in it.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, when you disagree with this motion, so I want your opinion about with the nearly 25% students' pregnancy and cause the students must stop for to go to school. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you about your question. But in this debating context, I still disagree with this motion. Let me continue my argument.
But my sister, my friend from the opposite team, still not answer my question. I am asked what your opinion with nearly 25% students pregnancy case, and also is to affect when students stop to go to school. What do you opinion about that?
But I take it. I continue my argument. He said the collaboration of Valentine's Days, which only had about 4 days left, was used to carry out investigative solution by developing its personnel. Iman H. UD admitted the hit and strict Iman to lead or head of love improvements of the Makassar Stopel. PP Edward Supriyawan to lead the socialism process. Ladies and gentlemen, and as many as 20% or about application on this immediately triggered pressmains, supermarkets, and mini-markets by axing the above pamphlets. We posted the pamphlets in mini-market, supermarket, and pressmains. We also conveyed major managers to help supervise the sale of condoms to young children, he said. According to him, the issues of the letter of Opal is one the step to expand the rise of immorally accept of free sex and her Valentine's collaboration letter. Not only that, Iman also said the prospect on the free sale of country would last forever than not only apply to Valentine's Day collaboration. Previously, the mayor of Makassar, Muhammad Rahman Pomanto, would deploy the civil service police unit to spray students celebrating Valentine's Day or a day of affection organism from Western culture. So ladies and gentlemen, finally, we totally disagree with this motion. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my arguments for the motion are enough. That's all, and thank you.
Thank you. That is Nilda Roa as the opposition leader. And time span is 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Now it's time given to the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Elias Villa. Time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, because condoms helping family program in Indonesia and to support to decrease teenagers pregnancy case in Indonesia and to decrease about the large spread of HIV disease in Indonesia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, the honorable judges, timekeeper, and all of the participants in this English debate competition 2023, and especially our beloved team partner from the opposite team. I am Elias Villa. I am Deputy Prime Minister about this motion, so totally agree with this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, before I start my argument about this motion, allow me to give some response about the argument from the opposite team. Ladies and gentlemen, was I hear about the argument for the opposite team still say about the negative impact from using condoms in Indonesia. And my friends from the opposite team not see about the impact when the government not to give the limit, not to give the permission for the user to using the condoms. As we know that when the government when my friends from the opposite team not to allow user using the condoms in Indonesia, and I think and I believe that it's sure to increase about the pregnancy case in Indonesia, and not only about it, also to increase about the HIV disease in Indonesia, and also the government, the opposite team, not to support about the government program inside the family programs. I start my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, condoms are a tool to prevent pregnancy and limit the spread of venereal disease and to prevent pregnancy. Condoms are the tools for many people to make sex more comfortable. Because according Nation Institute for Health, using condoms correctly and consistently. Yes, please.
Okay, my question is, based on the data from Makassar or Antara Sulawesi, the Civil Service Police Unit or Stopal PP of Makassar City conducts selection by describing letters of opal and race to mini markets, supermarkets, and purse not to sell condoms free. The Mayor and spent Valentine's Day collaboration for school children and free sale of condoms, said head of the Makassar Civil Service Police Unit, Iman Hood, in Makassar Wednesday.
Okay.
He said that collaboration of Valentine's Day, which only had about 4 days left, was used to carry in out-of-state collaboration by developing its personnel. What do you think about that?
Okay, I understand about your question when you lift about the positive impact condoms in Indonesia. But you must know that we like the mini market to selling about the condoms. They also allow when the mini market to selling the condoms, the government also give the love to the mini market. When the mini market want to selling the condoms, the user must to show their KTP, because when show the KTP, it's to be the one proof that he is the 18 years old and should to using the condoms. So ladies and gentlemen, I continue my argument. Because a coordination institute for healthy using condoms correctly and consistently is very effective in preventing HIV. Even the use of condoms can reduce the risk of HIV by 19% until 95%. It's to be our proof that our support about to selling condoms in Indonesia, and not only to the reduce pregnancy case using condoms, it's to support about the vision and mission of the family planning program. Ladies and gentlemen, here I would like to give some reason why we are agree with this motion. First, for prevent with the spread of selling condoms in Indonesia, the government make the regulation about selling condoms limit. Article 481 draft RKUHP, any person who without rights and we are being asked to openly display a device to prevent pregnancy offers, broadcast reading or source to able to obtain said contraceptive device shall be punished with a fine. Based on the fact this regulation not give positive impact for Indonesia. With this regulation breaking the use of condoms by children by an impact on increasing case of teenagers pregnancy, because many teenagers make the sex and to prevent pregnancy. And as we know that, I have to prove that nearly 25% students pregnancy and cause students must stop to the school. So we must pay attention to adults by reviewing the rules regarding prohibiting the use of condoms by children. And about with the government want to selling about the condoms in Indonesia, the government also the regulation to point that have the penalties for the use for the seller to sales the condoms in Indonesia without the permission from the government. Ladies and gentlemen, to be the spread of selling condoms, our vision and mission center government in the success of the family planning program to reduce case of pregnancy and spread of HIV disease. The family planning programs therefore distributes condoms as a form of preventing and spread of the case of the spread of the HIV disease. Family planning programs through the use of various contraception devices have now become unnecessary. It is application the BKKN socialize and encourage the public to use birth control tools. Using condoms can reduce the pregnancy rate. This contraceptive device serves to reduce the risk of giving birth an age that is too easy or too old. And as a solution, the family planning program distribution, the use of condoms effectively as a center measure against the various genetical viscosities. So ladies and gentlemen, about the argument, about our team argument this motion, me totally again to say to all of you that our team really agree with this motion. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Time use is 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Now is the opportunity for the Deputy of Opposition team to refute the arguments presented by the Deputy Prime Ministers and also re-establish your position and arguments. Ms. Nianu, yeah, time is yours.
Okay, good morning everybody. Okay, thanks for the chance given to me. Our honorable judges, moderator, timekeeper, and especially my partner debating contest from the government team. I'm standing here as deputy of leader of opposition. Well, ladies and gentlemen, based on the first speaker said, I also totally disagree with today's motion that this house support with spread of selling condoms in Indonesia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you. Not only that, even also said the prohibition of the free sale of contraceptive balls lasts forever and not only apply to Valentine's Day celebrations. Previously, the mayor of Makassar, Muhammad Rahman Pumanto, will deploy the civil service politics unit to suppress students' celebrating Valentine's Day or a day of affection or originating for Western culture. I strictly forbid the celebration of Valentine's Day, especially for school children who are negative. I will have to Gary up for that, he said. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and our beloved friends from the government team. In addition, his party will carry out surveillance operations for the holding of Valentine's Day by developing office from the Makassar City Government Satpol PP in collaboration with the assistance of TNI and Polri officers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Denny, his also issues are cultural letter number, recording, not celebrating Valentine's Day or Valentine's Day archive to Makassar City Education, UPTD. Principal of public and private elementary school, middle school, high school, or vocational school, or public and private MA. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, school children are prohibited from celebrating
May I say something, please?
No thanks. The way is not educational and immoral. I have issues at curricular as well as instruction to each school, he said.
May I say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, you know that nearly 25% students have sex without using condoms to prevent pregnancies. So what do you think about this when the government don't support selling condoms in Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question. But according to Muhammad Rahman Pumanto, will deploy the civil service police unit to surprise Sundays celebrating Valentine's Day or a day of affection organizing for Western culture. I strictly forbid the celebration of Valentine's Day, especially for school children who are negative. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me continue my argument. You was again?
When you disagree with this motion, what happened with the mission and vision from family program as well to helping to prevent pregnancy cause?
Okay, thanks for the question. But in this debating contest, we totally disagree with today's motion that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me continue my argument. School children are prohibited for celebrating Valentine's Day, which is not educational and immoral. I have issued a circular as well as instruction to each school, he said. According to him, the current Valentine's celebration can be categorized as negative if it is specific in terms of things that are prohibited, such as drug abuse, drinking parties, to free sex, and using condoms that are not intended for it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and our beloved friends from the government team. The Ministry of Health report at the end of 2020 saw the portion of men with new IDs case with 19.6% enrollment, 5.1%. The Ministry of Health report at the end of 2010 saw the provision of men with new IDs case with
Interrupt, please.
norms and women prison. Condoms are halal
Interrupt,
products,
please.
norms, but sale must be limited so that they are not used by people who are not supposed to use goods.
Interrupt, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, when the opposite team to say that about they disagree with this motion. So that my question, what your opinion with the students have a pregnancy because not using condoms, and also it's affect to the pregnancy case it's affect the students can to continue their school, to reach their dream, to reach their future, to get the main education when they want. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thanks for your question. I take it. And let me continue my argument. And as many as 13 personnel are about passion of his mean immediately target primaries, supermarkets and mini markets by attaching the Apple pamphlets. He posts the pamphlets in mini markets, supermarket and primaries. We also conveyed the manager to help supervise that also of condoms to young children, he said. According to me, the issues of the letter of Apple in one of the steps to anticipate the risk of immoral acts or free sex ahead of Valentine's celebration later. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we totally disagree with today's motion that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all my argument and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nianu, Deputy of Opposition Team. Time spent is 6 minutes and 42 seconds. Now, the opportunity for the government team to summarize your points in cases to support your motion. So it is the opportunity for the government whip to present your arguments. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the beautiful change. Ladies and gentlemen, I totally agree with this motion. Condom is one of the tools that is often discussed in the general public. The use of condoms can utilized by the community in accordance with the condition where condoms can be used as a means of preventing pregnancy. The use of condom is very effective for those who are already married because condom can be used as an embodiment of the planning family program. As for example of the benefit of condoms of health. The first, prevent unwanted pregnancy. The second, prevent HIV transmission. The third, prolong the duration of intercourse. The fourth, prevent erection. The fifth, prevent injury. The sixth, prevent unwanted pregnancy by using a condom can reduce the risk of pregnancy, no thanks, by up to 98%. This means that only 2 out of, no thanks, 2 out of 100 people after having to
I can say
sex
something, please?
use and yes, please.
Okay, based on the data from according to ITA Gorontalo City, free sex in the millennial era is now common among young people who serve as the nation's successor. Even though free sex in Indonesia is strictly prohibited by the government and religion. Thus, does not mean that its practice free sex is not practice. Okay, my question is, what do you think about that?
I think, and now, our team don't support the free sex in Indonesia, but here our support the government to selling condoms for reduced pregnancy case and HIV decrease. Let me continue my arguments. This second, prevent HIV transmission. The HIV virus is no thanks. Virus is casually spread out unprotected in course because it is transmitted genitals. Using a condom can prevent the spread, no thanks, spread or infection or this virus. Condom are made. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance you given to me, my sister from the government here. Before I say that, you totally agree with this motion. But my question is, can you give your example and your opinion why you totally agree with this motion?
I can to give example, but here I have the benefit using condom in Indonesian. Let me continue my argument.
Sorry?
What
are your opinion? What are your opinion?
I think condom can assist the government in the success of family planning programs which aim to control the rate of population growth, prevent female pregnancies, and create an ideal family demand but from an economic and health standpoint. Condoms are made of a kind of rubber material. The rubber material aim to create a barrier so that some semen and other flies do not come into contact with the microorganisms contained in the vagina. A study says, yes, please.
Okay, you say that you agree with this motion. Based on a date from, condoms are halal product, but sales must be limited to say the people who are not supposed to use the goods do not upset them. My question is, what do you think about that?
The widespread of selling condoms are vision and mission central government in the success of the family planning program. The reduced cases of pregnancy and the spread of HIV disease, the family planning program, therefore distributes condoms as a form of prevention and spread of cases of the spread of HIV disease. Apart from the impact examples above, there are also other impact examples reported by Kompas.com, namely The first, reduce the risk of contracting and sexually transmitted infection. The second, have low side effect. The third, provide extra protection. The fourth, relief and anxiety during sex. The fifth, prevent addiction contraception. The widest pride of selling condoms are vision and mission central government in the structures of the family planning program. So about this motion, about totally agree with this motion our this time because condom also have a lot of positive effect on health.
Okay, so that was Piranti as the government whip. So time span is 7 minutes and 25 seconds. The last chance for the opposition team to rebut the government team, yeah? So you can use the arguments given by the government to challenge their arguments. So time is given to Sian Goru as the opposition whip.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The honorable judges, moderator, timekeeper, and also both brother and sister from the government team. We are from Sma Se-Kabupaten. I'm standing here as the third speaker from the opposition team. So, I'm the opposition whip. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that, our motion today is this House support the very spirit of selling condom in Indonesia and give you some argument that support our position in this debating context of the opposition team. Why? We totally disagree with today's motion. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you. The Deputy Conference of Indonesian Child Protection Communist Ration 9 so used the government to emulate your limited very to condoms in Indonesian, even thus they include health products. Condoms are health products, but LS must be limited to they are not misused by people who are not motivated its use as good. Site is in Jakarta today. Name site was related to the response from spider condoms the occurs in several areas. Is Bogor City the main distribution to condoms in Indonesian?
Intro, please.
Not as I speak. Not only that, in all society, that the opposition in the foreign cell of their concepts will not live forever in not only happy or violence today collaboration. Professionally, the mayor of Makassar, Noro Mahal Porianto, will replicate in city referees
please.
Not as I speak. Unit 245 thanks collaborative violence today, or the invention organically from the West culture. I create this forbidden the collaboration of violence. Yes, please.
So, friend, I was effort to say to you that using condoms is to give or reduce the risk of HIV by 19% until 95%. So you are from the opposite side. Said you disagree with this motion. So that what's your opinion with the increased pregnancy case in Indonesia, and not only the pregnancy case in Indonesia, also about the HIV disease in Indonesia. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thanks for your questions, my brother from the government team. I will answer your questions. Negative is provided, and team is of things in the prohibited. Ladies and gentlemen, let me continue my argument. The Ministry of Health report of 2010 showed that the proportion of meanwhile new AIDS cases with present and woman present. The Ministry of Health support of the 2010 showed that the proportion of meanwhile AIDS cases, waste, prevention, and women. Condoms are halal product, but sales must be limited so they are not misused by people who are not supposed to use that good. Deputy Corporation of the Indonesian Church, Operation Missionary, around 9 sold ago, the government and humanity in line with the sale of condoms in Indonesia.
May I say something, please?
No thanks, I'm speak. They include halal product. Condoms are halal product, but sale are much limited, so they are not misused
May
by
I
people.
say something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, before you say that the widespread of selling condoms can support free sex in Indonesia, but I think selling condoms in Indonesia can assist the government in the success of family planning programs and HIV disease. And here our team support the government to selling condoms for reduce pregnancy case and HIV disease. So what do you think about this? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your questions, friends from the government team. But according from the Bogor City Reviews of the Ministry staff, it was the sex pressure. The exchange of requests around of Bogor 1/6 graders often find to the exchange to Bogor allowances, the condom is all being sold filthy. Okay, thanks. Let me continue my argument. The first sale of condoms makes it easier for people to get them. In fact, on the ground road, for constituting IPB and KKWP, many used condoms were found there are because displaced and not being used by a long time. Side free sex in the main villain and it's not common among young people who are surveyed in notice sources. Even touch with sex in Indonesia is strictly prohibited by the government in religion. Does not mean the participate free sex is not prohibited. But in contrary, free sex relations are even more advanced with the experience of population place. The selling slime and business are in the name of need. Condom based on Indonesian must to their KTP, they way numerous automatically cannot buy the interaction. Whether I believe that municipal government mortgage the courses are very because it can reduce the number of costs. The resale of condoms allow anyone to buy them. As muted by one of the men's market employers in Bogor who cite the junior high school. Ladies and gentlemen, we totally agree because meanwhile, on one the Bogor city religious of other ministry staff in Rosaria site an impact for the free sale of condoms in Bogor has the rise of free sex protection. The exchange of works around the Bogor united grants often fill in used condoms in the underspent that context in PB. Rankside compute the interchange in Bogor consensual that condom in paying rate. Condom based in Indonesian must show its KTP the way normal use automatically cannot be suppressed. I believe that medical government side why it sounds very good because it reduces numerous options. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our beloved friends from the government team, finally my argument, all and thank you.
Okay, so thank you. That was Mr. Sian Guru as the opposition whip, and the time span is 7 minutes and 25 seconds. So this is, now we come to the reply speech, and as usual for the ASEAN parliamentary debate, the ones that open the speech is also the ones that closes it. So the reply speech will be started by the opposition team. Yeah? So it's your time to reaffirm your standpoint for the motion. Okay? So time is given for Ms. Nilda Roa as the reply speaker from the opposition team. Go ahead.
Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, based on our motion today, let me give you some arguments that support position in this debating context. Why we disagree with this motion? Here we go. It seems trivial, especially if you only talk about condoms. But if you look at the impact of it is developed according to the themes unit now. How can the young generation, both men and women who are not married, actually use condoms as means of pregnancy? And what is even more concerning, it turns out the young teenagers who inclined are not of enough to be involved in it. According to Makassar or Antara Sulawesi, the Civil Service Police Unit or Stopal PP of Makassar City conducts selection by describing letters of Opal and Range 2. Mini markets, supermarkets, and press national sell condoms freely. Demar has been Valentine's Day collaboration for school children and the free sale of condoms. Say head of a Makassar Civil Service Police Unit, Iman Hood in Makassar Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, he said that the collaboration of Valentine's Day, which only had about 4 days left, was used to carry out investigative socialization by developing its personnel. Iman HUD admits that he had instructed Iman to lead the head of lab informants of the Makassar Stopal PP. It was Supriyan to lead the socialization process. And as may as 20 personnel about operation of this mean immediately target prosmins supermarkets and mini markets by attaching the Opal pamphlets. We post the pamphlets in mini market, supermarket, and premise. We also bifurcate to the managers to help supervise the sale of condoms to young children, he said. According to him, use of the letter of Opal is one that step to anti-play the rise of immoral excess of free sex has a Valentine's collaboration letter. Not only that, Iman also said that process on the free sale of contrapenses would last forever and not only apply to Valentine's Day collaboration. Previously, the mayor of Makassar, Muhammad Rahman Powanto, would deploy the Civil Service Police Unit to supervise students celebrating Valentine's Day or Day of Affecting Generations from Western culture. It strictly forbids the collaboration of Valentine's Days, especially for school children who are negative. I will have strategy for that, he said. In addition, his party will carry out surveillance or prevention of the holiday for Valentine's Day by developing efforts from the Makassar City Government Stop PP in collaboration with the assistance of TNI and Plury Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate also issued a circular letter number regarding the collaboration Valentine's Day addressed to the Makassar City Education UPTD, principals and public and private elementary schools, Midland School or MTS, Higgs School, Fashion School or public and private MA. So ladies and gentlemen, finally, we disagree with this motion. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was Nilda Roa as the reply speaker. Time span is 4 minutes and 3 seconds. So last chance, last opportunity is given also given for the government team, for the reply speaker. Please respond to and also summarize and reassert your stand. Time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, because not have the permission to selling condoms in Indonesia, our team believe that so many problems be like pregnancy case, HIV disease will increase again and again. So, ladies and gentlemen, and this time I would like to give the conclusion about our argument to build so all our argument in this time. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the condom are the tool to prevent pregnancy and limit the spread of venereal disease and to prevent pregnancy case. Condoms are the tools for many people to make sex more comfortable because because our team also have the proof. According Nation Institute for Health, using condoms correctly and consistently is very effective in preventing HIV. Even the use of the condoms can reduce the risk of HIV by 19% until 95%. So, ladies and gentlemen, not only about that, we to give the permission selling condoms in Indonesia. It's also to reduce the pregnancy case and also to give support for the family planning in Indonesia about the vision and mission to limit, to decrease about the pregnancy and all about with the problem with the selling condoms in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, here our team also have so many benefits when the buyer buy the selling condoms and use it. Because first, prevent unwanted pregnancies. By using condoms can reduce the risk of pregnancy by up to 98%. And second, prevent HIV transmission. The HIV virus is easily spread through abducted intercourse because it is transmitted through genitals. Using the condoms can prevent the spread or infection of these various. And the third, maintain correction. This is another benefit of condoms that men also need to know, especially for those who have difficulty maintaining an erection. You see, condoms can help the erection last longer. And ladies and gentlemen, the government also give the limit to the buyer to buy the condoms in Indonesia. As we know that the government also to give regulation to give so many shops is sells the condoms. When the many shops sells the condom and not have the permission for the government, it's have the penalties and give the 6 months can given those with the condoms without permission. Those who have the right to buy and sell condoms are works in health sector or those who have distribution permits. Ladies and gentlemen, not only about that, with the selling condoms in Indonesia also support about the family planning in Indonesia. As we know that the widespread of selling our vision and mission central government in the success of the family planning program to reduce cases of pregnancy and the spread of HIV disease. The family program therefore distributes condoms a form of preventing and spread of cases of spread of the HIV disease. So that our team in this time so totally agree with this motion. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was Sian Goru as the opposition. Oh, sorry, Elias Villa as the reply speaker from the government, and time span is 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Thank you for both teams for your efforts and also for your participation. Please give a round of applause for both teams, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Now we would like to ask both teams to shake hands with each other and then return to the bench, okay? And in the meantime, we will allow the time for the judges to build up the score. For the determination of the ones that's going through to the next round. Okay, so it's a lunch break now, and so we will be back. How long is that? We will be back here at 3. Before 3, yeah, so that we can start at 3 p.m. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Check. Check.
Okay, time for preparation is up. We will go straight to the debate. All right? Kita langsung ya. Okay. So the first, we would like to give the opportunity for Prime Minister from the government side in the House to give your motion, yeah, or to present arguments for your motion. Time is yours. Silakan.
Thanks for the time are giving to me. I am Dea. I am first speaker. I would like to read my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's technology era, mobile phone are not for gift to anyone. In fact, many small children have played with mobile phone. The children or students in school have an obligation to learn. Ladies and gentlemen, mobile is a technology created by humans to facilitate communication. Country mobile phones have various skins, although the main function is to call or talk long distance. Mobile phone features have developed a lot, starting from the addition of camera feature, MP3, even the internet network. Learning media is one of the methods or tools used in the teaching and learning process. This is done to stimulate learning paths in order to support the success of the teaching and learning projects so that teaching and learning activities can be effective in achieving the desired goals. Therefore, we from the prom team strongly agree the mobile phone are very useful learning media in teaching and learning process at school and increase your knowledge in various fields. But in the fields of economics, education, social, and others, improving vocabulary understanding in English, there are many kinds of learning media that you can use. Especially in this day and age, the role of technology has entered into various aspects, include the world of education. Learning media function include students' interest in the learning material present. Ladies and gentlemen, the use of Google Translate helps spin out of vocabulary mastery because it can be...
please.
No thanks. Whereas and precisely with you the need to use an English dictionary that make people lazy to crazy it. Ladies and gentlemen, Google Translate is used as the tool to give meaning to words in the material to learning critics. This in accordance with the point expressed by that education media is a set of auxiliary of complementary tool used by educators or tutors in communicating with students or learning resources. Ladies and gentlemen,
PI please.
No thanks. The increase in mastery of English vocabulary can be seen from the
number of learning residents was mastery of every aspect in phrases. In the aspect of interpreting vocabulary, is many as 15. Yes, please.
Okay, so the government team stated that learning media include the mobile phone increase students' learning material, which means that the government team totally support our arguments. Thank you.
Let me continue my argument. In this aspect of interpreting vocabulary, as many as 15 of 15 learning residents can interpret vocabulary. In the aspect of reading vocabulary, as many as 13 or of 15 learning residents can read vocabulary currently. There are 2 learning residents who still have difficult in reading English vocabulary currently. In the aspect of pronouns vocabulary, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was Deabai as the Prime Minister from the government team. And the time used is 7 minutes and 23 seconds. So now this is the opportunity for the opposition leader, Nata Raga, to refute the arguments provided by the Prime Minister. And also maybe you can also challenge the definition and the standpoints. Time is yours.
Okay, so I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable educator, timekeeper, and all the participants, and government team. So our motion today is this House would not allow students to use mobile phone in school. And we from the opposition team totally disagree about this motion. So ladies and gentlemen, the first I would like to give some responses or rebuttal to what the government team state. The first is they state that learning media include the mobile phone increase the students' learning material, which means they support our standing position, ladies and gentlemen. And also they also said about the assistance of Google Translate in the mobile phone itself that provide the vocabulary, and also the Google Translate can give the indices for the students that hard to learn English, ladies and gentlemen, which is they again and again strongly support our arguments. And also, ladies and gentlemen, in here I would like to give the challenge. In our daily life, we are in the era of globalization. The world is changing. Almost all people in this world want something is easy and simple. And in this era, people already know about the growth and evolution of technology 4.0. One of it is the mobile phone, a device that promises almost everything that we need. So ladies and gentlemen, what do we mean by allow in here is about when this house let and agree that students can use the mobile phone in school. And the mobile phone is about a telephone with access to cellular radio system, so it can be used over a wide area without a physical connection to a network. Mobile phone provides almost everything, and there are so many information we can get in the internet through this mobile phone. So ladies and gentlemen, from the statement and arguments for the government team, we have to consider again and again about the impact of this motion. And
I'm pretty sure still strongly disagree about this motion because of our arguments. So the first argument is students have to adapt to the current development in order to comply demands of world of work. And the second is students are facilitated in various fields. The first argument will be explained by Minatal as the leader of opposition, and the second argument will be explained by Talia as the deputy leader of opposition, and our arguments will be concluded by Misal as the opposition whip. Yes, please.
Then is there an influence of mobile phone on student learning achievement?
Okay, so thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, what about the impact of the use of mobile phone in school, ladies and gentlemen? In here, I would like to state about the background case of our arguments. Now we are in 2023. In the other words, we are in the digital era. Almost everything and everyone in this world use technology. Even in the education field, since the COVID-19 pandemic, mobile phone become very helpful, not just in the education field, but in various fields. Since that, technology began to develop all around the world drastically, and back to our point, the students have to adapt to the current development. Start from school, they must know more about technology itself. If the students are allowed to use mobile phone in school, so that it means they will get the access to many information, so that students can get many access for informations. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to consider about if the students are allowed to use mobile phone in school, it means they will get the access to many information. If we consider about the books in school as the media that also can provide information, but in here, ladies and gentlemen, in one book, it provides only one subject. It will be hard for the students to find the information they want, while in mobile phone they have unlimited information, they can access easier, and they can complete the information from books such as the QR code in the Merdeka curriculum, and also the Erlangga books that provide QR code that can be used through the mobile phone. So, ladies and gentlemen, with the fact itself, it proves that the government support the using mobile phone at school as the learning media. And now we are talking about the adaptive. What do we mean by being adaptive? It's about how can we adjustment ourselves to the changing in our world. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have to see that mobile phone now is not ladies and gentlemen, what we have to see now is about mobile phone is not an opulence, but mobile phone is the need. Which means students want it or not, or can or not, they have to be adaptive with the existence of mobile phone that this house allows students to use mobile phone in school, ladies and gentlemen. So that, considering about the education system, we have to see about the impact for students itself. With the use of mobile phone at school, students can access the material easily, and students can get a lot of information. The one of the example is about the scholarship and student exchange. With the internet through the mobile phone, students can get any references, online private study, online course, that it cannot be limited by the pace and the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine when this house will not allow students to use mobile phone at school, students will get the limited access of information, and also they don't have any references to study with their way. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to see that in the research by Neil Selvin of the Monash University 2021 state that the students use mobile phone in school for a variety of useful purposes. From search for information to recording live streaming lessons for friends who can't make it to study because cannot go to school, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, use mobile phone at school doesn't mean that we use the mobile phone every time, every hours, and every seconds. But, ladies and gentlemen, how can this house will not allow students to use mobile phone at school, even that the use of mobile phone at school in learning can increase students' engagement and reduce the gap in active and passive students, because students can collaboratively engage in assessment or project. Yes, please.
For that, we need to think about how to make the change from a learning medium as a teacher a good the idea, because students really like us they're using the subject application on their cell phones and really like playing with cell phones can be used.
Okay, I got your point. Okay, so thank you for your good information. But, ladies and gentlemen, in here, the government team still strongly agree again and again support our study person, because they said about the use of CapCut. And, ladies and gentlemen, also we know the use of CapCut. We can use this CapCut through the mobile phone itself, which means that they support our arguments that this house will not allow students to use mobile phone at school. And, ladies and gentlemen, in here we are the opposition team, which means that we have to see that this house should allow students to use mobile phone at school,
because why, ladies and gentlemen, the government again and again supporting about our standing position, ladies and gentlemen, because they say about the use of CapCut in the mobile phone itself. So I would like to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, we students can get limited. In here, I emphasize about the tech condition that will happen when students not allowed to use mobile phone at school. They will get a limited information. For example, if you look at the scholarship of the students exchange, and if we will make the communicate with the teacher itself, ladies and gentlemen. So can you imagine how can the students can talk it clearly with the limited information? Oh my gosh, should the students go to all of the countries in the world to take the information? Of course not, ladies and gentlemen. So in here, with the use of mobile phone in school, students can get the habit to use technology that can train students to go to the world of work, because it is inevitable that mobile phone as the information or technology plays as full in facilitating as well as more interesting. So that's all my argument. Thank you.
Opposition Leader, Ms. Natal Raga. Time span is 7 minutes and 24 seconds. And now we move forward to the government side. The Deputy Prime Minister, you are given the time to refute the argument given by the opposition leader. Time is yours.
Thank you for the time given to me. I'm Pretty as the second speakers. I will wait to read my arguments. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me come to my first argument. First of all, I need to point out that I agree allowing students to use mobile phones in school. Ladies and gentlemen, according to data from the Center and Indonesian population 85 years and over will already have cell phones or handphones in school. This percentage has increased compared to which was still as well as being the highest record in the last decades. Ladies and gentlemen, according to Liputan 6 Jakarta, various skills of learning media are needed for teachers to be able to make their students more engaged in learning. Learning media is one of the methods or tools used in the teaching and learning process. This is done to stimulation learning interests in order to support the cases of the teaching and learning process to that teaching and learning activities can be effect in the direct things. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many kinds of learning media that you can use, especially in this day and age. The role of technology as in including the role of education. Learning media function including entrance students interested in the learning materials present.
May I say something, please? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the government team stated about the stimulation of the teaching in the learning progress. So can the government team give the data about how many stimulation, about the data about the impact of the stimulation of teaching in the class, in the learning progress itself?
I'm sorry, just continue my argument on your result. I know that I agree allowing students to use mobile phones in school, and let me continue my argument. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, which means in the teaching and learning process tends to being different as scripts, photographies on electronic tools for computing and teaching messengers. Well, learning media are tools and media used in the learning process. According to learning media is useful in equipping students interested in the learning materials present. It is also useful to encourage students' understanding of the material present. Ladies and gentlemen, before before know the various types of learning media, first understand the meaning of operant learning media for students. The three media comes from the learning medias, which means in the teaching and learning process tends to be defined as gifts, tools, and media used in the learning process. Ladies and gentlemen, for what we need to think about how to make the Kalpanas a learning medium. As a teacher, I got the idea because students really like using the Captut application on their Kalpanas and really like playing with Kalpanas. Kalpanas can be used as learning media. Example in the English lesson or rules and abilities using most capital student can the translating along with the meaning. This will train students to write vocabulary, read and understand in English. One application that can help in our understanding of English vocabulary is the Google Translate application. Ladies and gentlemen, the use of Google Translate helps speed up vocabulary master because it can be used literally and practical with the need to use thick English dictionary that makes people lazy to carry it. Ladies and gentlemen, the inscribed in Master of English aspect of imprint vocabulary as many learning reasons can read vocabulary concrete. There are two learning reasons who still have difficulty in reading English vocabulary concrete. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to use mobile phones for good learning media to improve our understanding of English vocabulary. Ladies and gentlemen, because English has a very important role in the art of globalization, but in the fields of education, economic, industry, agriculture, health, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, before knowing the first understand the meaning of opportune learning media for students. The term media comes from the Latin medius, which means medial entertainment of education. More specifically, the notion of media in the teaching and learning process tends to be defined of graphic, electronic tools for computing processing. And ladies and gentlemen, according to Latour, learning media is a school in educating students' interest in learning materials present. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why it is important to play learning media during teaching and learning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was Preti Nona, Deputy Prime Minister, speaking on behalf of the government party or team. I'm sorry, I just need to ask a little bit. Yeah, just take a little bit. You guys understand that you are? Do you understand your motion? Yes. I just want to make sure that this house would not allow students to use mobile phones in school. Yeah? You still have 2 more speakers to go. Make sure that you have, you strengthen your arguments for defending that motion. Okay? All right. So let's move on to the next speaker from the opposition side. That would be Talia Niki as Deputy Leader of Opposition. Talia, time is yours.
Okay, so I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judicator, timekeeper, and all the participants, and also our beloved friend from the opposition team. With our motion today, this House will not allow students to use mobile phone in school. We from the opposition team totally disagree with this motion. Before I deliver my speech, I will give the opposition team some responses or rebuttal. They say handphone has a learning media to increase learning student material such as a Google Translate. Ladies and gentlemen, in here, what are they speech? They are support our position because from the Google Translate they can get a vocab. They can get the vocab from the Google Translate. Because of why? Because when they use the Google Translate, they will read what is they write in the Google Translate. And again, they are support our argument in their interruption. I will continue with my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, when the student using phone in school, the student can facilitate it in various fields. They can search many material of education, and using mobile phone is easier than using a book. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because when using phone, the student get more practical because it's small and can be able to bring anywhere than a book. In phone is more complete than a book because we can use e-book in phone. And in book contain many type of books such as education book. And it's of course easier than a real book because a real book just contain one type of education and it's heavy. Whereas with the phone that contain many type of book in that and it's practical when we have to bring it. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a fast era. What it means, we need something that feels fast and easy. And talking about that, it means we're talking about the changing time. Using mobile phone in school, it means prepare the student to face with the changing time and world of work. Because of what, ladies and gentlemen? In this era of technology, phone is not a pollution, but the need. With this thing, our generation can be able to compete with the younger generation from the other nation, especially in the world of work. Because in the world of work, we need phone to do our work, like make a proposal, paper, and PowerPoint. And in school, when they are using the phone, they can learn how to make the proposal, paper, and PowerPoint. And it's mean let the student bring their phone to school. It's prepare the student to face the world of work. According to CNN article 4 February 2020, President-elect Ma'ruf Amin say Indonesia is low in using technology. Ladies and gentlemen, from this we can see that the human resource in Indonesia is relatively low and time of the technology. And for us, allowing the student use the phone, it means let the develop human resource in Indonesia, because they have course use the mobile phone to do their test and that given by their teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, in here we are seeing in the real situation that we use technology in our daily life, especially in Curriculum Merdeka. In Curriculum Merdeka, that the new curriculum in Indonesia, we need a mobile phone in implementation it. We can see in the book of education from the government, there is a barcode, and the use of barcode, we need to use the mobile phone. Ladies and gentlemen, before the curriculum Merdeka, the book of education used the barcode too, and we are keep thinking that the use of mobile phone in school bring the negative. And are we keep thinking the use of mobile phone in school bring the negative impact? The student can use their mobile phone for searching about scholarship for continues their education. The student that want to continue their education can find the scholarship on their phone. In internet, there is so many type of scholarship. And it is not limited like when we are search. It is a newspaper. Ladies and gentlemen, in school, the teacher of course will control the student when they have to use their mobile phone. And ladies and gentlemen, for us, the use of mobile phone is very important in our daily life, especially in school. Ladies and gentlemen, we back again. in this era, the use of mobile phone is a need. How can in this era of technology the student don't use the phone? In here, I'm sorry. In here, I have the data from the Indonesia Internet Service Provider Association in the reports that as of 2021 until 2022, mobile phone use rate in Indonesia, which is 98.64%. And from this, prove that the using of mobile phone is a need. And ladies and gentlemen, the using of mobile phone is an important thing. Okay, and in the end of the day, we from the opposition team strongly disagree with this motion. They say this house would not allow the student to use mobile phone in school because of what, ladies and gentlemen, the use mobile phone at school increase this. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what, ladies and gentlemen, the students are facilitated in various fields. Because of what? First, student can search material of education with mobile phone. And the second is, student be able to keep up with the changing time. And the third is, looking for the scholarship for continuous their education. Ladies and gentlemen, in the real situation, the student is use mobile phone for the student is use the mobile phone in their life, especially in the school. Because of what, ladies and gentlemen? Because they know the phone bring the positive impact for their learning process. Because of what, ladies and gentlemen, like how I explained before that, the students are facilitated in various fields. That's all of my argument, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Talia. The time span is 7 minutes and 8 seconds for the deputy of leader of opposition. And now the time is given to the government whip, Mr. Randi Swar. Yeah. Sorry, Randi Sugi, yeah? Randi Sugi as the government whip. Time is yours, Randi.
Thank you for the time are given to me. I am Randi, third speakers. I would like to read my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, the use of Google Translate helps speed up vocabulary mastery because it can be used directly and precisely without the need to use a teach English dictionary that makes people lazy to carry it. Ladies and gentlemen, Translate is used as a tool to give meaning to words in the material talk to learning citizen. We invite you to use mobile phones for good learning media to improve our understanding of English vocabulary, because English has a very important role in the era of globalization, both in the field of education, economy, industry, agriculture, and health, and others. Before knowing the various types of learning media, first understand the meaning of appropriate learning media for students. The term media comes from the Latin medius, which means middle, intermediary, or introduction. More especially, the notion of media in the teaching and learning process tends to be defined as graphics, photographics, or electronic tool for capturing, processing, and rearranging visual or verbal information. In general, the media is a tool that conveys or delivers teaching message. We learning media are all facilities, tools, and media used in the learning process. According to Lato Heru, learning media is useful in addressing students' interest in the learning materials present. It is also useful to increase students' understanding of the material present. That way, it is important to apply learning media during teaching and learning to increase students' enthusiasm for learning. One of the learning media that can improve understanding of English vocabulary is audio media, namely mobile phones. Ladies and gentlemen, according to data from the Central Statistic Agency of Indonesian population aged 5 years and over will already have cell phone or handphones in 2022. Cell phone has been so to improve student.
POI, please.
No thanks. Math and science will in no worry burning cell phone significantly increase the average grades of secondary school students and reduce the incidence of bullying. Sudahlah. Cell phone has been shown to improve students' math and science scores. Ladies and gentlemen, the use of Google Translate helps speed up vocabulary mastery because...
please.
No thanks. It can be used directly and precisely without the need to use Teach English dictionary that makes people lazy to carry it.
POI, please.
Yes, please.
So can the So can the government team give the real example in the daily life about why this house should not allow students to use the mobile phone in school?
Let me continue my argument. Learning media function include addressing students' interest in the learning materials present. Before knowing the various types of learning media, first understand the meaning of appropriate learning media for students. The term media comes from the Latin medius, which means middle, intermediary, or introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, mobile is a very important communication tool in our daily lives and cannot be separated from our life since it was infant. Cell phones have a positive impact on our lives. The positive impact that we can see is the ease of communication, making it easier to find sources of information with the internet network. Entertaining us with various applications that can be asked by mobile phones such as Facebook, YouTube, Google, and others. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that was the government whip, Mr. Andi Sugi. Time used is 7 minutes and 24 seconds. And now the last chance for the opposition whip to present your arguments. Ms. Michelle Pantaleon, time is yours.
Okay, so I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judicators, timekeeper, and our blood friend from the government team. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am Michelle. As the opposition whip will conclude all our argument. Talking about mobile phones, one of the technology that spread all over in all the community, in all around the world. Because of that, there are so many opinions from various parties regarding these mobile phones. And this motion is talking about this house would not allow students to use mobile phones in school, and we from the opposition side totally disagree about this motion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, back to the motion, we have 2 points of argument. The first point is students have to adapt to the current development in order to comply demands of world of work. And the second is students are facilitated in various fields. But ladies and gentlemen, before I start to explain my argument, I would like to give some rebuttal and responses to what the government team said before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from the first speaker and the third speaker from the government team, they keep explaining about the benefits of the technology itself, aka the benefits of the internet itself, which is they are actually supporting our team. Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable educators, this motion is talking about this house will not allow students to use mobile phone in school, which means the government win by explaining why we should not allow students to use mobile phone in school, and we from the opposition team wins by explaining why we should allow students to use mobile phone in school. Okay, so I'll continue to my argument. Starting from the first point and the second point. Now we are in the 2023, and there are so many technologies that we use in our daily life. One of the example is the mobile phones, the technology that's known by almost all other people in all around the world. Back to the motion that said this house will not allow students to use mobile phone in school. Students have to adapt to the current development in order to comply demands of the world of work. When students use mobile phone in school, of course, this is the form of adaptation of the technology itself. With the use of mobile phones, students learn about demands now that have the impact to the world of work, which means that they have to be master of it. Nowadays, we have to realize that using of mobile phone is not about opulence, but it's actually about the needs. In mobile phones can be used as a media that provide many information about the work jobs, the development of our world, and also many information about the learning materials. Of course, with using of mobile phones in school, students can be used to use the technology itself, that they have the positive impact for them. In the future, of course, the student will find their own job, and mostly of their job needs technology. That is why we must know well about the technology itself when they use a little, so they will not surprise when they are in the world of work. It is inevitable that information technology plays a role in facilitating and accelerating office work, interaction, and communication. According to CNN.com, currently the role of using technology is still weak, so that Indonesia innovation and competitiveness lags behind other countries. And this, in here we need habituation to use the mobile phones. Mobile phones is not opulence, but needs. Mobile phones can facilitate various fields for students. As students, of course, we have to learn many things, searching about many materials and information. Another side of the house might say that if we talk about the learning of the technology itself, in school there are subjects who provide the learning of technology, and they can use the computer that provided by the school. But ladies and gentlemen, the computer that provided by the school is limited and not a practice. That is why the student can just use their own mobile phones. Mobile phones not just because helpful for the student, but also the teachers and the school. The teacher will find more and more learning materials for students, and the school can provide the apps to make it easier for students. For example, the apps for students to exams. They can use the apps Eujian, where they can cheat it, and the teacher will control all students in school just by one device. That is why we stated that we should allow the students to use the mobile phone in school. In addition, because this motion is talking about the student itself, it means in this case, we have to focus to the student also. We must know the characters of the students are different. They have their own types to learn. There are students with audiovisual, kinesthetic, and auditory. It means there are students who learn with video, with listening the explanation from teachers. If they only have one type of learning, some of the students will feel bored and they will not concentrate it with their learning. That is why the use of mobile phone in school can be helpful for the student itself, especially in their learning. According to the Ministry of Education of Indonesia, that updated on 22 February 2022, said that the advantage of the existence of mobile phones in the world of education is, first, sharing information. Information flows on the internet will be easily utilized by people in all around the world quickly. And the second is consultation with experts. Consultation with experts in their fields can be carried out easily even though they are far apart. And the third is online library. This library in the digital form allows us to easily find reference from the book research and provide more and more information. Mobile phones is very helpful for the student. So how can another side of the house stated that we should not allow students to bring the mobile phone in school? Mobile phones provide almost everything that the students needed, which means they can use it as an alternative for learning. And they will not feel bored on the subject they learn, because the process of learning will become more fun for them. So ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, we from the opposition team still strongly disagree with this motion that said this house will not allow students to use mobile phone in school. Because ladies and gentlemen, now in the current era, we are in the 2023. The world is changing. Almost technology are everywhere. One of the technology we know is the mobile phone itself, where almost all the people also have the mobile phone itself. So ladies and gentlemen, talking about the school is the place where we come to learning. That's why we should allow the mobile phone in school, because they can learn about the technology itself, which they can use for the world of work itself, ladies and gentlemen. Because in the future, the student will find their own job, and their job is where they use technology. And so ladies and gentlemen, we must teach the student, so the student must be an expert in technology when they was a little. So how can the another side of the house stated that we should not allow students to use mobile phone in school, while these mobile phones is actually very helpful for the student. So ladies and gentlemen, and also the mobile phones provides almost everything that we needed. And it's not just helpful for the student itself, but also teachers and the school. Because ladies and gentlemen, the teachers can just use so many ideas from the internet that provides in the mobile phone itself to teach the student itself. And also the school can provide so many apps for the student exam or the other tasks that can given for the student itself. So it can be easier for the student, and it can be easier for the school to control all of the students just in one device. So at the end of the day, we from the opposition team still strongly disagree with this motion that this house will not allow students to use mobile phone in school, because first, students have to adapt to the current development in order to comply demands of world of work, and second, students are facilitated in various fields. That is all my argument. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. So that was the opposition whip, and the time spent was 7 minutes and 22 seconds. And then now, opposition team, please prepare your reply speaker, please. And then it will be followed by the reply speaker from the government team. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable educator, timekeeper, and all the participants, and also our bill partner from the government team. So ladies and gentlemen, phone is the need, not opulence. Ladies and gentlemen, in here, I'm standing as a reply speaker, would like to explain why we from the opposition team should win and why the government team should lose. The first, we have to take from the government team side. Ladies and gentlemen, the government team didn't give about the answer of our question about how many data of the stimulation in the learning progress. And ladies and gentlemen, they again and again keep saying about the advantage of the using of mobile phone in school, which means, ladies and gentlemen, they strongly again and again support our standing position. Ladies and gentlemen, they state that they agree about the use of mobile phone at school to go to learn media of vocabulary and in the translate itself, ladies and gentlemen, which means they also supporting our standing position. And also, ladies and gentlemen, they don't give any example in the real situation, in the real life, about why this house would not allow students to use mobile phone in school. So that, ladies and gentlemen, and also the first things first, that the government team didn't give clearly explanation about the background case and they set the class so that it be misunderstanding in this debate. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to explain about our arguments. So, we from the opposition team have 2 points of arguments. The first is students have to adapt to the current development in order to comply demands of work. And the second is students are facilitated in various fields. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to see that in this era, in the 2023, ladies and gentlemen, people already know about the growth and evolution of technology 4.0, which means one of it is the mobile phone as a device that provides almost everything that we need. So, ladies and gentlemen, even in the education field since the COVID-19 and also until now, the technology began to develop in all around the world drastically. So that we have to consider again and again about this house will not allow students to use mobile phone in school. Because why, ladies and gentlemen, how can this house will not allow students, even that in this era, our demands is to mastering on the use of the technology. So, ladies and gentlemen, we from the opposition totally disagree about this motion. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to see about the current development in order to compare demands the world of work. Ladies and gentlemen, in here, I would like to say there are many learning applications that can be accessed by students so that their function has become learning media. For example, Ruang Guru, Zenius, Rumah Belajar, Kemendikbud, etc. So, ladies and gentlemen, with the use of mobile at school, students get the habit to use technology that can train students to the world of work, because it is inevitable that mobile phone as the information of technology plays a role in facilitating and accelerating office work, interacting and communicating so that students can comply the demands of the work of work. And say about the second argument that students are facilitated in various fields. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to see about the advantage of the use of mobile phone in school. That a mobile phone provide many advantages for us, ladies and gentlemen. For example, of the students itself. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, phone now is not an opulence, but mobile phone is the need. So, ladies and gentlemen, which means students want it or not, can it or not, but they have to be adaptive of the use of mobile phone itself, ladies and gentlemen. And considering about the education system, we have to see about the impact for students itself. Ladies and gentlemen, the use of mobile phone in school give many advantages for the students. The first is about how can the students can search material of education with the mobile phone. And the second is students be able to keep up with the changing times. And the third is about students can looking for the scholarship for continuing their education. Can you imagine about students that want to get the student exchange program? Of course, ladies and gentlemen, with the use of mobile phone, students can take many information of it. That's the closest example that I can take in this debate, ladies and gentlemen. Also, thank you for the educator, timekeeper, and all the participants on this debate. And we are really sorry if there are so many wrong words or sentences that we have done in this debate. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Natal. And now the last speaker is from the government side. Government reply speaker, please. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the time are given. Ladies and gentlemen, mobile is a technology by humans to communication. Mobile phones have various skins. The main function is to call, talk long distance. Mobile phones feature has developed a lot. Starting from the addition of camera features, learning media is one of the methods or tools used in the teaching and learning process. This is done to stimulate learning parents in order to support the teaching and learning process so that teaching and activities can be effective in the desired goals. Ladies and gentlemen, the increase in mastery of English vocabulary can be seen from the number of learning residents whose mastery of every aspect increase. In the aspect of interpreting vocabulary, as many learning residents can improve vocabulary. Ladies and gentlemen, According to data from the Control Static of Indonesian population aged 5 years and over will already have cell phones or handphones. This brand or has its community as being this is record in the last, which was still 65.87%, as well as being the highest record in the last decade. Ladies and gentlemen, mobile is a very important communication tool in our daily lives and cannot be spread from our lives since it was invented. Cell phones have a positive impact on our lives. The positive that we can see is the of communication, making it easier to find of information with the internet. For that, we needed to think about how to make the cell phones learning medium. Students can be asked to make videos in groups according to the learning material. For example, in the English lesson on rules on biology, using most capital, students can take turns reading along with the meaning. This will train students with vocabulary read and studying text in English. Ladies and gentlemen, the use of mobile phones, very important communication tool in our daily lives and cannot be spread from our lives since it invented. Ladies and gentlemen, the use of Google Translate has speed of vocabulary mastered because it can be used with the need to use a thing English distance that makes people lazy to carry it. I think that's all, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Retinona for the reply speech. And also thank you for both teams for your fights today and fighting spirit, and also for your argumentations and also understanding actually between the two teams, I think. And yeah, that's very commendable. And yeah, thank you very much. So now I'll give you a chance to shake hands with each other and return back to your bench with your teachers. Thank you, guys. And the judging panelists, you can continue with your scoring. Yeah. And the last competitors, I think, for today, yeah? We still have 2 more schools. And that would be, what schools? Yang terakhir ya. Yang mana sekarang yang 5 ya? Sma Se-Kabupaten Ngada. Oke, up next SMA Negeri 1 Golewa dan SMA K. Thomas Aquino. Okay, we would like to invite a representative from both schools to come forward to select the position as well as the motion. Jadi ini yang untuk posisinya.
from Thomas Aquino Senior High School as the government team.
From SMA Negeri 1 Golawere as the opposition team.
Thomas Aquino government. And now the motion. Please pick up the motion in the box. And could you please read the motion for everybody, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, the motion is, this House believes that wearing masks is still important in our daily life.
Thank you. Now you can go back and prepare your team to come forward. Okay, once again, the motion is, this House believes that wearing mask is still important in our daily life. Okay? So getting ready for going up to the front, both teams. Prepare your stuff. Okay. Without waiting much longer, we would like to invite from SMAK Thomas Aquino as the government team to come forward to the government bench, and also from SMA Negeri Golewa tadi? Golewa, as the opposition team to come forward to the opposition bench. Please. Okay. Thank you very much. So we would like to give you the chance to introduce your team, please. The government team, you can go first.
Good afternoon, judges. Good afternoon, teachers, and good afternoon, all of participants. We are from Thomas Aquino Senior High School as the government team. My name is Ningsip as the first speaker. Next.
I am Jenny as the second speaker, and next. Hello, I'm Icha as the third speaker. That's all, and thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to the SMA Thomas. Please introduce yourself, opposition team.
Okay, thank you for the time and opportunity given to me. Now I will introduce our team. We are representative of Senior High School Golawere. My name is Rosa Virginia Constantina Longa. I as the first speaker and replace speaker from opposition team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Fortunata Moi. I as the second speaker from the opposition team. And my friend?
Okay, thank you. My name is Arafina Granjaninu. I as the third speaker from the affirmative team. That's all. Introduce our team, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, you have heard the motion mentioned before, yeah? Selected for this debate. This House believes that wearing mask is still important in our daily life. That will be the motion defended by the government team. And the opposition team will be argumenting against that, yeah? Okay, so you will be given 20 minutes to prepare your teams and your motions and your arguments. And time starts now. Yeah? Okay, silakan. Okay, thank you. And sorry for just getting into the room. Okay. Government team and opposition team, have you prepared yourself? Sudah? Okay. Now let's invite into the podium Prime Minister from the government team to present your motion. Prime Minister? Prime Minister here is Miss Ningsi Waga. Okay. Miss Ningsi, time is yours. Yeah? Okay. We will count the time when you speak. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks for giving to me. I will explain my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, the first speakers strongly agree with our motion today. Talk about masks. Masks are respiratory protect used as the method of protecting individuals from inhaling from first substances or contamination in the air. Respiratory protections or the masks are not intended to replace an alternative method of eliminating disease, but are used to actually to protect the wearer. Masks are merely as used to profit protection against practice and organs that can cause harm the respiratory system by people. Why do never personal protect equipment, the hearts of precisely and areas of the, for instance, size, different chemicals protect can be humans. Types of masks. 1. Cloth masks. According to WHO, cloth masks are masks intended for the general public who are healthy and asymptomatic. Cloth masks are the less research if 95 masks and medical masks are not longer available on the market. WHO also states a standard for a cloth mask which need to have 3 layers, namely layers made of first resistance polymers. 4. A layer of the polyurethane which function is a filter, middle, and water absorbent material. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. Now I will give your question. How when we usually use the mask in our daily life can raises infection at face? What do you think about it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I will answer. There are masks of protection for the voice and the oral hymn. Explanation of the are actually in Indonesia generally have bad, so it's best to keep wearing a mask. I will continue my argument. 2. Sugar mask to play. This mask only consists of 2 layers, namely the outer layer and the inner layer without a middle layer that functions as a filter. Therefore, this mask is recommended by WHO for use by healthy people. To prevent transmission, it's recommended that the use of these 2 play masks be double with the other mask, either a cold mask or 2 play mask that has been filtered inside. 3. Circle mask 3 player. A circle mask consists of 3 layers consisting of the weatherproof outer layers. Front. hint designated filter layers, middle, and layers called a bursting layer with the function to absorb fluids that come out when joints or sneeze anxious. Recommended by WHO for use by people without symptoms, illness such as flu, cold, or the likes. Based on this mask is recommended be used by people aged 60 years and over, people born in the health. 4. Racial facial responders. According to WHO, this mask have fingers activeness than N95 in the preventing the spread of the virus, but it depends on the quickly and type of filter is used. This mask is able to filter small particles go from this mask is recommended for to have a X-rays in their activity and can be used repeatedly as long as filters still function properly. 5. A crowded mask is the response that includes feeding or mouth with a face of covering. Extend from the top of the nose at the bottom of the mouth. This mask usually avoid protect against loss or preterlies. Function of the mask. 1. Avoid export to air pollution. Some of the modifiers, factors, and thus are some types of the pollution that can be evolved every day. Well, exposure to this pollution can be everlong performs and insert the risks developing different states are asthma, heart disease, and promote birth. From people living in the healthy poor areas, these are rations of a large amount must be leaving the house must, especially 95 makes can filter dirty air before is the
important in our daily life. Talk about mask. We have to look at the essence. Wearing a mask is to protect yourself and your surrounding because of the threat of airborne pathogens and because of poor of air quality. So what do you think about this?
Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
Okay, I don't agree with your argument because talk about mask, we have to look at the essence. Wearing a mask is to protect yourself and your surrounding because of the threat of airborne pathogens and because of poor of air quality. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you for the question from our government team. Okay, I will answer your question. In my opinion, that face masks may feature cause peripheral dermatitis with rashes and redness, and infection of the skin around the mouth because of saliva, sweat, and mist vapor between the mask and the skin. Can you accept my answer?
Okay, I got your point, but how about the air population is bad in our daily life? What do you think about that?
Okay, thank you. The use of mask is not important because in Indonesia, people are required to wear masks as long as the PPKM rules during the COVID-19 pandemic. The PPKM policy was rules by President Jokowi.
Yes, okay. The first speaker from the opposition team, I again and again disagree with your opinion because before you say that the COVID-19, so we know the COVID-19 or the pandemic era, we need to wearing mask to protect ourselves from the air circulation. So what do you think about that?
Okay, I save your answer and I answer the question before after I confirm my argument. Once again, wearing a mask is very important in. Sorry. Once again, wearing a mask makes it difficult for us to breathe. Wearing a mask can also accelerate the growth of acne. Masks are just the piece of cloth. It's not really important to use them. The use of masks violates our personal freedom. Masks also make a person look weak and uninspired. Wearing a mask can also make us short of breath. Masks also make us feel stupid. Wearing a mask can also bring disease. Actually, wearing a mask is very influential for us and can also bring us disease because by wearing a mask, we will not be able to produce a lot of air because the mask block it can causes only a little air to enter our breathing senses. And also, quoted from BBC News Indonesia, even at first the WHO said masks should only be worn by health workers or people who have symptoms such as. And that's all, and thank you.
Thank you, leader of opposition team. The time span is 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Now it's the time for the deputy leader, deputy prime minister. In this case, Ms. Jenny Uta, to respond to the arguments given by the opposition team. Your time can start as soon as you start speaking. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. My friend, as the first speaker, explained about the definition and theory about the mission, and now I will explain to you about the ration. Here, dear friends, as residents who live in tropical areas, there are several infectious diseases that are often experienced by Indonesian people. Some of these infectious diseases can be caused by viral, bacterial, and parasitic infection. Here is a list of infectious diseases such as acute respiratory infection. Acute respiratory infection are infections that affect the respiratory tract and can interfere with normal respiratory function. RE can affect the upper respiratory tract from the nose to the top of the vocal cords, or the lower respiratory tract starting at the bottom of the vocal systems are more at risk for catching RE. The symptoms of RE that are experienced will differ depending on the upper or lower respiratory tract. Symptoms can include 1. Nasal congestion, 2. colds, 3. cough, 4. sore throat, 5. shortness of breath, 6. abnormal breath sounds, 7. chest pain, 8. decreased appetite, 9. sore, and 10. fatigue. Ladies and gentlemen, so judging from the symptoms of this disease, I agree that wearing a mask is still important in daily life because judging from the symptoms of RE such as nasal congestion, coughing, and runny nose, which poses a risk to those closest to them due to disease fluids from the surface, such as coughing, where the cough is very fast to transmit disease. So here, I recommend everyone to keep wearing a mask to avoid various infection diseases such as RE. Because wearing a mask is a very adequate form of protection to avoid various diseases, virus, and bacteria. Using a mask also has various health benefits, include avoid exposure to air pollution, smoke from motor vehicles, factories, cigarettes, and dust are some types of air pollution that can be a friend every day. Well, exposure to this pollution can affect lung performance and increase the risk of developing acute respiratory infection, asthma, COPD, and heart disease. For people who live in highly polluted areas, this is the main
Duration,
reason.
please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I will give you a question. In your argument, you say that wearing masks is still important in our daily life. So the question is, can you give an example this use of masks can bring us a positive impact in our daily life?
Okay, I will answer with you a question. Because in fact, wearing a mask is very adequate form of protection to avoid viruses, disease, virus, and bacteria. Thank you. I will continue my pitch. For people who live in highly polluted areas, this is main reason for wearing a mouth mask when leaving this house, because a mouth mask can filter dirty air before it is inhaled by the nose. Ladies and gentlemen, judging from the prevalence of RE in 2018 in Indonesia, according to this diagnosis of health worker, doctors, midwives, of nurses, and the symptoms experienced, it was 1.03%. This disease is an acute respiratory infection with symptoms of cough for less than 2 weeks. Runny nose or nasal congestion and or not truth. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the Ministry of Health, in 2018, the province with the highest ISPA surface was East Nusa Tenggara at 13.1%. Meanwhile, the last number of ISPA sovereigns in Jambi is 5.6% or RA. Source Ministry of Health Ministry. Not only ISPA, there are several infection diseases such as tuberculosis. Tuberculosis is highly contagious infectious disease that primarily affects the lungs. According to the World Health Organization or WHO, tuberculosis is one of the 10 leading causes of death globally, killing as many as 1.7 million people in 2016. Tuberculosis is a disease that can be prevented and cured with the right treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, tuberculosis can stay in the body in an inactive state for years before developing into active tuberculosis disease. Diphtheria is also included in the list of infection disease. Diphtheria is severe bacterial infection that causes the formation of mucous membranes in the nose and throat. So I think the bacteria that cause Corynebacterium diphtheria transmission of this bacteria is through direct contact with diphtheria patients or throat contact with objects contaminated with bacteria, such as patient cups or the tissue. Ladies and gentlemen, a person who is infected with diphtheria bacteria may not show diphtheria symptoms or only experience symptoms that resemble a mild cough and cold, but they can still transmit diphtheria bacterial infection for up to 6 weeks after the initial infection. If not really immediately, diphtheria can cause damage to the kidneys, nervous system, and heart that occurs approximately 30% diphtheria patients, especially children under 15 years old. Even though it spreads easily from one person to another, diphtheria can be prevented by administered diphtheria fringe or by continuing to wear. Okay, in this case, I emphasize again that I strongly agree with the mission. Thank you.
Okay, that was the Deputy Prime Minister. And the time used is 7 minutes and 26 seconds. So now is the opportunity for the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Ms. Yvonne Moi, to review the arguments presented by the government team. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time and opportunity given to me. I ask the second speaker from the opposition team, who will present arguments along with evidence to strengthen the arguments presented by the first speaker from our team. Our team strongly disagree with this motion because we, the opposition team, do not agree with this motion because we are our team strongly disagree with this motion because it is a medical tourism that everything that has effects also has side effects. The physical side effects of face masks have been mostly reported by medical professionals working in surgeon and related surgical environments and screens professionals working in labs. In a study of
PI, please.
No thanks. In a study of healthcare workers during the COVID-19 pandemic, the most common side effects of pronolaic face masks use makes bacteria.
PI, please.
No thanks. Occurred 1 of 4 times during a 30-day period of mask use and was rated as mild by the majority of respondents.
PI, please.
Yes, please. I give opportunity for third speaker.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity given to me. The opposition team, as we know, if you have the public situation as you on hospital or you on office, if you meet some people that have flu or other disease, so I think you must to wearing mask to protect yourself. So I think the wearing of mask is still important in our daily life. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you. I will save your question and I will answer your question after I confirm my argument. Once again, face masks may further cause perioral dermatitis with rash and redness and infection of the skin around the mouth because of saliva, sweat, and moist vapor between the marks and the skin. This might provide a breeding ground for bacteria. Either rash may be caused by irritating dermatitis caused by the marks and or the adhesive rubber strings rubbing the skin of nose and ears. An experimental study on the physical effects of wearing either a surgical on and face mask when performed with healthy male and healthy family subject who perform an intermittent exercise on the treadmill while wearing the protective face mask in climate chamber controlled in the air comparator. Real difference in temperature and humidity in the microlimeters between face mask and skin. In particular, compared to the surgical mask, the mask led to higher humidity and skin temperatures.
Please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So, jungle from the symptoms of this disease, I agree with the wearing mask is still important in daily life because jungle from the symptoms of air such as nasal congestion, running nose, which process I risk to those caused them. The disease flows from the source, so it changes. What do you think about this? Thank you.
Can you repeat your question?
Okay, I reply my question. So, jungles from the symptoms of the disease, I agree that wearing a mask is still important in daily life because jungle from the symptoms of the air, such as nasal congestion or running nose, which pose a risk to take cause them or the disease flows from the surface, so change. What do you think about this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will answer your question. In daily life, human observers are extremely proficient in recognizing face, discriminating between them, and using them to drive a wide range of information, be it about static features like age, gender or identity, or chilling bill features like gaze direction, like movements or emotional stares. Can you accept my answer? Okay, back to my argument. Once again, an experimental study of the physical effects of wearing either a surgical on the face mask with performance with the health, male and 5 healthy formal subjects who performance entertain exercise on the treadmill while wearing the protective face mask in the climate chamber controlled in the art. Okay, that's all. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Leader of Opposition. Now it's the turn of Government Whip, Ms. Icharita. Please take your time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my friends as the first speaker and the second speaker had explained to you about the definition and theory or reason. Now I will explain more strong to you in some conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly agree with our motion today This house believes that wearing mask is still important in our daily life. Like an explanation from my friends, that wearing mask is very important because based on research by health experts who conduct research on flu, it is stated that the masker can reduce the spread of flu in our daily life. Based on the statement above, I am the third speaker strongly agree with the motion that wearing mask is also good for health. According to the hellosehat.com, offers scientists immediately that wearing a mask will prevent the spread of the influenza virus. Ladies and gentlemen, however, it is only recent that the medical world has become confined that wearing a mask when you have the flu or using it as a preventative measure is helpful. Research published in the International Journal in Infection Disease conclude that masks must be used properly to be more effective in preventing the spread of...
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, I will give you a question. What if the use mask give with false shortness of breath? What do you think about that?
Once again, please.
What if the use mask give? What if the use mask give with shortness of breath? What do you think about that?
Okay, I got your point. Ladies and gentlemen, wearing mask can be protect themselves from contracting potential illness from the patients. They also wear them to prevent their germs for spreading. That's all. I will continue my explain. By wearing masks to be more effective in preventing the spread of viral infection, another study published in the Annals of International Medicine found family members reduce the risk of getting a cold by about 70% when they also wash their hands and wore a mask. Even research from the University of Michigan also proved the same thing. The study involved 1,000 students living in dormitory, dividing them into several groups, namely those who were wearing masks, those who wear masks and practice their habit of cleaning their hands, those who don't either. In my opinion, judging from the current situation with the COVID-19 pandemic and the natural situation that doesn't support many people getting flu and coughs so they can spare those closest to them. With problem like this, people are required to maintain their health by wearing a mask. In fact, many masks sold in style or shop are selling well.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, I will give you a question. What if the use mask brings negative impact to public? What do you think about that?
Okay, my honorable from the opposition team, you say that the negative impact, but we are from the government team with the motion say that wearing mask is still important in our daily life. So in here we don't explain about the negative impact about the wearing mask. That's all. I will continue my speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before the pandemic, medical professionals from surgeons to dentists wore masks to protect themselves from contracting potential illness from the patients. They also wore them to prevent their germs from spreading. In some cultures, wearing a mask when one is ill or has allergy is common. Wearing a mask to protect yourself and others when in a high-risk situation is good hygiene. Ladies and gentlemen, talk about mask. We have to look at the essence. Wearing a mask is to protect yourself and your surrounding because of the threat of airborne pathogens and because of poor air quality. The use of mask is still necessary. However, its use is highly depends of individual awareness. For example, a person who is sick needs to wear a mask. In addition, if you are in public place, in a hospital or in an office, when many people have the flu and so on, I think you should to wearing a mask. Ladies and gentlemen, wearing a mask reduces the spread of respiratory disease in the community by reducing the amount of infectious particle that can be inhaled or exhaled. Therefore, mask can provide protection for the wearer and those around him. Ladies and gentlemen, especially know that the air quality in Indonesia is generally bad, so it's bad to keep wearing a mask. Ladies and gentlemen, after the COVID-19 pandemic, there were still to keep wearing a mask. There is a threat of an extraordinary event from polio, measles, diphtheria, and others. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the handling of prevention of disease was neglected. Therefore, that healthy living behavior must be carried out in all aspects, including another threat is not infection disease whose treatment has been delayed during a pandemic, such as coronary and heart disease, which have a result in death. So I again and again say that our team strongly agree with the motion, say that wearing mask is still important in our daily life. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Government Whip. Icha, time used is 7 minutes and 25 seconds. Now it's the government, now it's the chance for the opposition whip to argue against the position of deputy and prime minister and deputy prime ministers. Yeah. So this is your last chance for the rebuttal. Go ahead, use your time wisely. Grace Ninu, ya, Miss Grace Ninu. Silakan.
Okay, thank you for the time that has been given to me. I ask the third speaker from opposition team, who will reconstruct the course of current debate and present conclusion and solution. So, ladies and gentlemen, from the arguments that will conclude by the first speaker and second speaker, I can conclude that masks are not very important because masks can be a source disease, and masks are also only useful for those who are sick. So if you're very healthy, you don't need to use mask, because wearing a mask only makes us weak and paralyzed and ill. Ladies and gentlemen, experience some disturbance or will that your body is unreal, you don't need to use mask. We just need to apply oil, fresco, or the first pain of information, or we'll just need to consume traditional medicine and to prevent the virus before there is in our brains. Ladies and gentlemen, on the rise and most powerful tools in human communication is the face from which observers can quickly and easily make a number of interference about identity, gender, sex, age, or race, ethnicity, and sexual.
POI, please.
No thanks. When strangers met who speak to a different language which to the mutually understand, they can still their communication.
POI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. Based on my data from the hellosehat.com for years, scarcely entirely adopted with ever wearing a mask will prevent the spread of the influenza virus. So I think wearing mask is still important in our daily life. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Okay, I will answer your question. In my opinion, that masks can be source disease, and masks are also only useful for those who are sick. So if you're healthy, you don't need to use mask, because wearing a mask only makes us weak and powerless and ill. Experience some disturbing or feel that your body is unwell, you don't need to use mask. We just need to apply oil fresco to the dead fields of the dead field plans or information, or feel just need to consumer tradition. Thank you.
POI, please.
Yes.
Okay, the third speaker, before you say that if people is healthy, they cannot to wearing a mask. So I think if people is healthy, they also meet other people in the public situation, like I said before, such as on hospital or on office, so that if they meet people to have a flu or another disease, so I think they must wearing mask to protect themselves. So what do you think about that?
Okay, I will answer your question after I confirm my argument. Okay, back to my argument. But the second is are the organs of mouth and nose when it comes to attention facial features for active verbal communication of covering the mouth with the coat has two determined consequences. First, the auditory signal is impaired as face mask may damage, so amplitude and especially may absorb frequency bands used in speech. Second, the visual signal from the lips is completely absorbed, while most people may never have realized the signal is varied by human beings to aid speech understanding. From birth to about 8 months, babies look at their mother suck a mother mouth in order to pass the stream of sound meaningful unit phonemics in order to learning the mother tongue. In fact, they are prepared bilingually, they have to learn a larger number of phonemics and therefore started to look at their mothers more early and for longer than monolinguals. When grow up, we tend to look close at the compressibility, such as noisy environments, low quality sound in movies and video calls. That people use lips reading and thereby completely really and much understanding speech, which is why there are specially face masks with the transparent pieces over the mouth to meet the demand visual space input. Ladies and gentlemen, speech transmission is impaired by mass fearing. There is a rise of misunderstanding when mass masks are used in school. Speaking through a face mask with them higher frequency and therefore may impair verbal communication. The size of the effect depends on the speaker, the tip of mask, the listener hearing, and background noise, and might therefore vary between negligible and consider. In addition, it's well known the visual cap help in speech regulation, which may be in addition cause of face mask, include impairment of speech perception and communication. Features of face such as the size and from the nose, the color of the eyes, apps, and their configuration are not only used to the identity facet, but also the emotion experienced by them. Charles Darwin, the founding father of of a voluntary diary was the first to study a voluntary. That's all, and thank you.
Thank you, Opposition Whip. Time spent is 7 minutes and 24 seconds. Now, it is the last speakers from both teams. That would be the reply speakers. And first of all, we would like to give the opportunity for the opposition team to provide their reply speakers, where you will highlight the issues that you want to stress upon, and also the things that you would like to avoid in stressing upon, and maybe you need to reassert your standpoint for this, for your arguments. Yeah, this is your last opportunity for that. Thank you. And so, for the reply speaker from opposition is Ms. Tanti Longa. Yeah. Yeah. Time is yours. Silakan.
Okay, thank you for the time that has been given to me. As reply speaker, I'll verify the contents of the debate that we debate earlier. The motion we are currently debating is that this House believes that wearing mask is still important in our daily life. We do not agree with this motion because wearing a mask, of course, brings disease to us and accelerates the growth of acne. Masks are only for those who are sick, while those who are healthy do not need to use masks. After all, the price of masks today is very expensive, and the complicated way the use of them and how to dispose of them. There are certain ways that masks are also comfortable when worn, because wearing masks reduces our self-confidence. Masks also make the air we breathe feel stuffy. As long as we can take good care of our own health, we don't need to wear masks. Wearing a mask also makes our mood smell bad, due to reduce air circulation when wearing a mask. In addition, the existence of a face mask may reduce the motivation of the wearer to produce facial experience in the first place. Such as experience serve the purpose of communication. The realization of wearing a communication blocking device will reduce effort to facially express emotion. Moreover, according to embodied emotion hypnosis, first proposed by William James more than 100 years ago, not physically displaying emotional reduce their experience. In their view, specific behaviors cause us to experience emotion, as exemplified in the following statement: "You are not crying because you are sad, but you are sad because you are crying." Accordingly, once you no longer produce a smile, you are less happy. And since the pressure of your face does not pervade the emotion because of the mask, both the sender and the receiver of the emotional communicative signal will be affected by the face mask. At the same time, emotional mimicry can trigger emotional contagion, is interrupted by the mask as well. The social phenomenon that we are involuntarily copying the facial experience of other people with whom we communicate, as the emotion of the viewer also follow his expression, his or her emotional will be blunted as a result. Distractions are typical outside of concentration awareness and occur within half a second. In some recognition of can respond to the outward emotional displays of one peers. Face is a critical and necessary component of social interaction in school. That's all, and thank you.
Thank you, Miss Grace. The time spent is 4 minutes and 4 seconds. And the last speaker for today's debate competition is from the government team, which also serves as the reply speaker, which is Miss Jenny Uta. Please, time is yours. Use it wisely.
Okay, thanks. I, the reply speaker from government team, strongly agree with the mission because masks are respiratory protection used as a method of protection individuals from inhaling harmful substances or contaminants in the air. Respiratory protection or masks are not intended to replace an alternative method of eliminating disease, but are used to adequately protect the wearer. Masks are widely used to provide protection against particle and aerosols that can cause harm to the respiratory system faced by people who do not wear personal protective equipment. The hazards of particles and aerosols of various size and differential properties can harm humans. Ladies and gentlemen, so judging from the symptoms of this disease, that wearing a mask is still important in daily life because judging from the symptoms of RE, such as nasal congestion, coughing, and runny nose, which poses a risk to those closest to them due to disease which from the sources such as coughing, where the cough is very fast to raise disease. So here, I recommend everyone to keep wearing a mask to avoid various infectious diseases as RE, because wearing a mask is a very accurate form of protection to avoid various disease, virus, and bacteria. Ladies and gentlemen, for people who live in highly polluted areas, this is the main reason for wearing a mouth mask when leaving the house. Because a mouth mask can filter dirty air before it is inhaled by the nose. Judging from the prevalence of RE in 2018, in Indonesia, according to the diagnosis of health workers or doctors, midwives or nurses, and the symptoms experiences, it was 9.3%. This disease is an acute respiratory infection with symptoms of fever, cough for less than 2 weeks, runny nose or nasal congestion, and or sore throat. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the Ministry of Health or common case, in 2018, the province with the highest ISPA surveys was East Nusa Tenggara at 13.1%. Meanwhile, the last number of ISPA sovereigns in Jambi 5.5%. Ladies and gentlemen, wearing a mask reduces the spread of respiratory disease in the community by reducing the amount of infectious particles that can be inhaled or exhaled. These particles can be spread when infected person talks, sings, screams, coughs, or sneezes, or even they are asymptomatic. Moreover, masks can provide protection for the wearer and those around them. Because of it, we strongly agree with the mission. Thank you.
Thank you, government team. And time span for the reply is 4 minutes and 7 seconds. Okay, so that's the performance from our students from SMA Thomas Aquino and also SMA Negeri Golewawere. Thank you very much for your performance today and for the big applause for both teams for their efforts and for the support of the teaching teams also. And we would like to ask both teams to shake hands and then return to your bench, your former bench. Go ahead. Thank you so much. So with that, that's the end of the competition teams competing for today. Okay, so today we have finished having 5 pairs of teams competing for today. So that means from the teams representing 10 schools already competing for the English debate competition today. And tomorrow we will be continued with 4 more competing teams, or actually from 8 more schools, yeah? 8 more schools tomorrow, and then we will see how it goes, and then whether we can continue with the semi-finals or not. Maybe, for further announcement, maybe the organizing committee can inform every one of us here, actually. So I will return this mic back to the organizing team. Thank you. Thank you to all of us today. Yeah.
Thank you to Mrs. Seruni. Kasmati. Baik, selamat sore untuk kita semua. Babak pertama pada sore hari ini telah kita lewati. Untuk besok kita mulai tepat jam 8. Jam 8 pagi untuk lanjutan babak penyisian. Kemudian setelah makan siang kita lanjut babak per 8 besar semifinalnya jam 8. Oke. Terima kasih. Selamat sore untuk kita semua. Ya. Okay.